Good morning and welcome back for our third and final day of our NEAPMS 22nd annual virtual meeting. We have a great lineup for the rest of the day today. So really exciting also to see that more individuals have been registering even this morning. So great that we'll have a good report during the business meeting at the end of the day today. So thank you again. We want to start off first with thanking our sponsors at all levels. Again, as been said, it doesn't matter what level. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, it's very difficult to run our society and to support our students with their scholarship fund. So I want to remind everyone that the raffle tickets are available until 11 a.m. this morning. Again, you can go online and find how to purchase those raffle tickets under the program. And our Ken Wagner has purchased one ticket per student. So that's been designated. And our board of directors behind the scenes will manage the raffle and make that announcement at the end of the meeting. So please go online and purchase more tickets and support the scholarship fund. Thank you so much to Chris Borick, who has been posting all of the professional and student posters as well as the videos on our website. They are mostly up now and viewable. Conference recordings will also be posted to our website next week. And Amy will be sending out links with the attendee list, which is still building as we speak, next week as well. So you can find all of our sponsor contact information online. Please stick around to the end of the meeting for our business meeting. We do need to elect new officers to our board of directors. And I would like to hand it over to our incoming president, Greg Bugby, for his opening remarks this morning. Thanks and have a good day.
Thanks, Meg. Welcome everybody to the 22nd annual meeting. This is day 2.5, and looks to me like everything's going very well. It's very good to see that this virtual meeting, which when it was being conceptualized, we didn't quite really know what we were getting into and how well it would go off, but sure seems like it's going off extremely well. We have 212 attendees at the moment. 31 of them are students. We have speakers that normally you might not hear, which I know the conference committee wanted to make sure that that sort of the same old suspects, of which I am one, were maybe put on the sidelines for a little bit so we could get some new people. I think that's really great. I think it's going real well. Many of you know me from the running the recertification credits in past years, and some have asked, well, why don't we have recertification credits this time? And you know, the board and the program committee thought about it, and we discussed it, you know, and we just felt that given the logistics of a virtual meeting, and it's all being done in-house, we didn't hire outside people to run it, that having credits for the multiple states and everything would be a little bit much. So we decided to put that on hold for this year, but we fully intend to have credits back next year. You know, I'm just thinking as you know, this meeting was going on over the last couple of days, and how great the speakers were, and how easy it is to, you know, listen from the comfort of your desk, and to these talks that, you know, as we move forward, you know, I think people are thinking we'll be getting back to normal, you know, after this COVID issue is done. But I think realistically, we're all going to be getting back to kind of a new normal, and which will include, you know, I think certainly the conferences, the live conferences. You cannot, you know, put a price on the networking that goes on, and the meeting of the people and all that is extremely important. But this sort of venture into virtual conferences is something which I don't think will be forgotten. I think that, you know, there'll be opportunities for sort of mid-year, sort of smaller sort of seminars maybe that are given online virtually by the society that can be very, very helpful. Just a couple other things, and this is a very important one. This is kind of a monumentous conference in that a very important person is no longer going to be on the board. She wants to take a break, Amy Smagula. And I don't know how much you can say about all the good things, everything she's brought to this society over many, many, many years as former president, secretary. Most of the time she was not president. And the dedication she has put forth to this society is tremendous. And we now have the Amy Smagula Award to sort of honor that as well. But this is really sort of a new time for us in that we are going to be moving forward, at least for a little while. I hear she may decide to change her mind and come back onto the board. But that that we certainly will miss her. And hopefully, and I'm sure she will, stay in contact with everyone. But with that being said, we are extremely fortunate to have Meg Modley step up to the plate to take Amy's position as secretary. I've known Meg from other organizations as well as the society. She's a former president, and I know no one better to fill those really large shoes than Meg. So I want to thank Meg for stepping up to the plate. I think the society is in really good shape. Financially, we're in good shape. We have students on board now. As I said, 31 new students are here listening. They're obviously our future. We're making a presence now in social media, and us sort of old timers, if you will, have had to rely on our younger people to bring us into that, and they are doing that, particularly Emily Meyer. But anyways, I want to turn it back to Meg. I want to wish everybody to a very good remainder of the conference. I thank you for attending. I do hope you all stick around for the business meeting at the end. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Meg, to introduce the first speaker of the day.
Thank you, Greg. That's fantastic, and thanks for those opening remarks. As part of our first opening session on our 2.5 days, we have another great keynote speaker who's going to join us. Stas Virgil is with the National Invasive Species Council. I've had the pleasure of working with Stas on NISC through the affiliation of the ANS Task Force and through our regional panel work. Stas is going to join us today to talk about their major priorities and activities and opportunities for engagement. This is a nice follow-up to the piece that Hillary Smith gave us yesterday about the Department of the Interior and that family collaboration on aquatic invasive species work. Stas serves as the executive director of the National Invasive Species Council. He facilitates high-level policy dialogue on invasive species across the federal departments along with the White House. He's been with the NIST staff for over a decade, and he's responsible for overseeing the implementation of all of the NIST work and their work plans. He has consulted on a range of non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations with a particular focus on biodiversity policy and law. And if you follow a lot of the development of these pressing issues, you will find he is usually the primary author on a number of white papers that are being written to address pressing issues that we're trying to face across the nation relative to early detection, rapid response, et cetera. So welcome, Stas, and we look forward to your presentation.
Great, thanks, Meg. And just to confirm, can you see my PowerPoint slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, first, many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I know I've talked with Meg a number of years about being able to participate in the society meeting, and fortunately, this is the occasion that I can, albeit virtually. But there are some advantages to having a virtual conference. So it's great to be here. It's also great to be sort of working with and engaging with folks in the Northeast. While the National Invasive Species Council, and I'll certainly talk more about it, has sort of a whole national context, it's nice to engage with particular regions that have their own particular sets of issues and interests. So it's really a pleasure to be here. And on that, I was able to participate or watch some of the presentations yesterday. It was nice to see overlaps with some of the work and interest that you have going on, thinking about Michael Tesler's presentation on environmental DNA and Ping Gong on advanced biotechnologies, and how that overlaps with some of the work we're doing at the national level. So there's certainly potential for synergies and further communications. What I'm going to talk about today, sort of three things. I'm going to give a little bit of background about the council for those who are not as familiar with it. Then the bulk of the presentation will focus on the substantive priorities in our FY21 work plan, and I'll conclude with just a few words about stakeholder engagement. And on this slide, I've included the mission statement for the National Invasive Species Council. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically providing the vision and national leadership to coordinate, sustain, and expand federal efforts to safeguard the interests of the U.S. from invasive species. So thinking about prevention, eradication, and control, as well as restoration. To provide a visual, the council includes the secretaries or administrators of 12 federal departments, as well as 4 White House offices. In 2016, there was an additional sort of 3 White House offices that were included, those being the Office of Management and Budget, Council on Environmental Quality, and Office of Science and Technology Policy. So previously, we were mostly working across the departments. With the addition of those new White House offices, particularly the focus on science, environmental policy, as well as budget, I think we sort of rounded out our whole of government approach. We have 3 co-chairs, which are within Departments of Agriculture, Interior, and Commerce. And while nominally the council members are supposed to be the secretaries and administrators, they delegate those responsibilities. It's hard to get airtime with those folks. So on a more practical level, we work with 2 levels. The first level we call the principals. These are usually high-level officials within the departments or the White House offices, often political appointees. So by example, for USDA, we had Undersecretary Greg Ibach in the remaining sort of present administration. For the Department of Interior, it's Principal Deputy Assistant Scott Cameron. So working with folks like that who make the more sort of important decisions, adopting clearing documents that we may have. On a day-to-day level, we work with what we call senior advisors. So yesterday you heard from Hillary Smith, who is the Department of the Interior's senior advisor to the council. And with them, we hold sort of monthly meetings. We sort of liaise with them on a one-on-one basis if there are issues relevant to their departments or agencies. And in the orange box, the NISC staff, that's sort of where I sit. We've sort of had an ebb and flow in terms of the number of folks working in the staff. And we also help the interface with external stakeholders. In terms of the background history, the council was created by executive order in 2016. That executive order really focused on raising awareness both with the broader public as well as internally within the federal government itself. In 2016, there was a long needed update, which kind of shifted that focus more towards implementation. How do we deal with invasive species and their threats? Our work is guided by, or has been guided by, a series of management plans and work plans. I'll talk about this in a little bit more detail soon. The management plans generally were sort of supposed to be 3 years, and the work plans, which we're working under now, are 1 year. We also had for about 20 years the Invasive Species Advisory Committee, which is a FACA advisory committee, including non-federal representation from a range of constituencies. Over the term of ISAC, they developed 20 white papers and over 180 recommendations that were submitted to the council for consideration. And as Meg sort of alluded to, we've worked on a range of issues in the past. Some of the bigger ones have been early detection and rapid response, prevention and pathways, areas of technological innovation, issues of wildlife health, impacts on infrastructure, climate-related issues, as well as thinking about sort of policies and coordination at regional and international levels. So regional, thinking about the Pacific, the Arctic, North America, and at the international level, working both with environmental as well as trade, international negotiations and treaties. In 2019, 2020, we went through a bit of a transition. Part of that was kind of motivated by a decrease in staffing with sort of some reduction in capacity. And also was basically sort of 20 years since the creation of the council. So it was time for sort of a reconsideration, and a refresh, and a look back in terms of what has worked and what hasn't. In that process, one of the key things that the departments were telling us was really focus on the coordination part of things as opposed to external projects and efforts like that. So we took that sort of as the basis for figuring out how to sort of streamline our activities. And one of the bigger pieces of that was moving from the 3-year management plan to a 1-year work plan. And there was kind of a threefold set of reasons for that. First was to be a bit more nimble and agile in terms of dealing with upcoming priorities. The problem we had with sort of 3-year work plans was that many of them extended to 5 years or more. They spanned across administrations, often with changing events. Some of the items that were put on there in the beginning were not as relevant, or things had changed subsequently by the time that sort of 3-year period had concluded. So given that we're working sort of at a high political level, priorities sort of changed, there was a need to be a bit more sort of agile in terms of the issues that we were addressing. Second reason was really to match the work that we were doing with our capacity. And then finally, just in terms of a communication standpoint, we've moved from some of the earlier management plans had upwards of 80 activities, which is hard to communicate in terms of saying, these are the priorities of the council. By example, or contrast, the 2020 annual work plan had 6 priorities. That's a lot easier to communicate both externally as well as internally. Some of the other things we did, sort of codified terms of reference, which had never been formally developed before, developed other standard operating procedures, as well as a stakeholder engagement strategy in the wake of the absence of our advisory committee. One last thing which was important, while our role is primarily focused on coordination between the departments as well as White House offices, there are a number of sister interagency committees that help with, or that have their own sort of coordination role across federal agencies. And so another thing we've done is to work better to coordinate with them. All, as you probably know, sort of state, municipal, other level, resource constraints is always a factor. And so we've tried to work with groups like the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, Federal Interagency Committee on the Management of Noxious Exotic Weeds, groups dealing with integrated pest management, biological controls, to figure out where there are intersections, where there are overlaps, and oftentimes how we can sort of coordinate our own work plans and activities to be sort of more synergistic. So just by example, we've been very involved with the ANSTF's Early Detection Rapid Response Subcommittee, and sort of figuring out how does the work that we're doing, which I'll talk about in a little bit, complement ANSTF's work, and how do we sort of stage-wise process make sure that they're complementary. So now I'm going to turn a little bit more to the substantive work that we're engaged in. The work plan is, the FY21 work plan is separated into just kind of 2 areas: core coordination activities and thematic priorities. The core coordination activities are the things we do on a daily basis, the meetings we coordinate, information updates, responding to requests either from federal agencies or from non-federal partners or the public. And then the thematic priorities are really sort of where we're putting our substantive effort into. For the elements on the right-hand side, often those are also facilitated by interagency task teams that sort of bring experts from the various departments together to move forward on those issues. And I'll talk about those in a little bit more depth. So starting with rapid response, the activities in this area stemmed from the work that was done under the 2016 to 2018 management plan, which had a significant focus on early detection rapid response. In there, one of the main outputs was like 8 to 10 assessments of federal capacity, which were published in the Journal of Biological Invasion basically looking at areas like incident command system, information systems, target analysis, things like that. In sort of reviewing that work, one of the things that we sort of realized was that there was more of a bias towards the early detection side of things than the rapid response. And so we included some items focused on that within the 2020 work plan that have carried over into 2021. The first of those is looking at the specific federal agency roles within rapid response. And that's recognizing that in many cases, you've got federal agencies, state agencies, municipalities, landowners, et cetera. So what we're trying to do is to really delineate, including by looking at authorities, what are the specific roles that federal agencies can play. Part of that is just identifying what are the stages and steps within the rapid response process itself, which is listed on the right. But more interestingly is kind of the division that we've made in recognizing that there are different types of categories that federal agencies fall into. There are those that have primary emergency authorities. Think of a new species coming into the country, for example, a new regulated pest, and USDA's Animal Plant Health Inspection Service sort of has the jurisdiction to address that. There are also federal agencies that obviously have responsibility for the management of assets. Those would be sort of public lands, national parks, national forests. It could also be infrastructure, Bureau of Reclamation, and sort of dams and water infrastructure with the Army Corps, and transportation infrastructure. And those federal agencies have a responsibility for addressing invasive species in that context. And then finally, there's the situation where federal agencies are not a lead for a rapid response, but are rather sort of partnering or providing support, whether it's technical support, financial support, resources, whatever that might be. And so we've taken these categories, and what we're trying to do is work with specific federal agencies to really delineate what, by their authorities, what actions they can or cannot take. And hopefully that will sort of serve to improve coordination both with non-federal partners as well as work across federal agencies on rapid response activities. The second area in rapid response where we're working is on the criteria and considerations for an invasive species emergency response fund. Now, it's important to note that there are no sort of federal budgetary requests or actual appropriations for such a fund. However, recommendations about the need of a fund have been numerous from multiple levels. And so it was thought that it would be useful to go through the intellectual exercise of trying to figure out what would the parameters of a fund be, what are the critical questions that need to be asked, such that if the stars ever aligned and we had the ability to develop it, we would have this piece in place. Part of this has been looking at models of funding from other places, so invasive species funding and rapid response models from states, from regions, as well as emergency response funding models from other sectors. Think about fire, oil spills, Superfund, public health, and what are the lessons learned that could be moved over to the invasive species context. And with that, really identifying what are the criteria, thinking about funding sources, administration scope, eligibility, those types of questions that would need to be asked. Some of the big things like, would it be regionally implemented versus nationally implemented? Would it focus all taxa or split out into aquatic, terrestrial, plants, animals, whatever that might be? We don't sort of come down on answering those questions. However, we recognize that their importance. And so we're trying to sort of set up the key questions that we need to be asked for the development of a fund if we get to that context. Environmental DNA, this was something I was pleased to see Michael Tesler's presentation yesterday, which I think did a great job in outlining it and also focusing on the plant context. A lot of activity going on in this area with federal agencies. What we've done, and this is sort of working with the interagency task team, is kind of take a step up and really ask the questions of what would a natural resource manager need to think about if they were considering the use of environmental DNA in their sort of specific context for monitoring and detection. This is resulting in sort of two pieces. The first is a technical paper, which has been submitted for a professional journal review back in December. And we're hoping we get sort of a decision on whether that will go forward soon. The second piece, which would be a council product, is sort of distilling some of the outputs of that, and then more generally, sort of recommendations relevant to the agencies on the use of eDNA for federal agencies. And that includes how to capitalize on existing sort of assets and programs, thinking about the practical implementation and interpretation of eDNA results, and then finally, how to sustain and build capacity within federal agencies and also where that supports non-federal partners. I'm not going to spend long on sort of the issue of wildland fire, given that we're focused more on the aquatic context, although there are certainly impacts of wildland fire and sedimentation post-fire and runoff to aquatic systems. I think the one thing that I will note here of interest is that we've partnered with the Wildland Fire Leadership Council, which in some ways is analogous to NISP, but it also includes representation from states, from municipalities and tribes. And so I think this is sort of a unique opportunity for us, specifically working on the area of wildland fire and invasive species, but also to try out new partnerships. So I'm excited to see where this will go. And then sort of the final area where we're expecting a concrete output is in the area of disaster response. And this is really looking at how to reduce the risks associated with the introduction and spread of invasive species associated with natural disasters and extreme weather events. Again, there are already a number of tools from federal agencies. The U.S. Geological Survey has their FAST mapper, which is a flood and storm tracker. So after a major storm, whether there's a storm surge or flooding, they can look at sort of the interconnection of waterways and water bodies to see where there might have been sort of movement of invasive species across those. So the two outputs that we're looking at here are, one, just trying to collate what are those tools that are available, and then second, think about those within the broader context of federal emergency response. So FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, has a full range of guidance for specific types of events, agricultural incidents, and what we're trying to sort of figure out is there room or the need for sort of more formal guidance relevant to invasive species and natural disasters? And that could include not just sort of the movement of invasive species by the event itself, but concerns that might need to be taken in the aftermath in terms of movement of vehicles, disposal of debris, and things like that. Now, while the previous areas I mentioned have sort of discrete outputs along the lines of the interagency coordination, it was also recognized that there are some areas where there just simply needs to be dialogue across federal agencies. It might not be right for specific products, or various agencies might have activities already in hand or leading, but still require some sort of interagency support or interagency input. And so in this area, this is sort of a new type of activity for us in terms of inclusion in work plans. The four areas are listed up here. There's been a lot of work on information management, both with federal data resources, but also how do they coordinate with NEAPMS, with IMAP invasives. The Western Governance Association recently launched a data mobilization campaign. So, where are the synergies that we can sort of explore and promote there? With the National Environmental Policy Act, there was sort of recently new guidance that CEQ put out. Also, Hillary mentioned yesterday, I believe, some of the work that they're doing on categorical exclusions, and there's other discussions regarding streamlining CADXs within federal agencies. So how do we share the information, particularly the substantiation packages which go into that across federal agencies? Public health and advanced technology being sort of two other areas that there's interest in exploring. On that latter, I should say, with advanced biotechnology, there was interest, and this was on our work plan for 2020, wherein we developed a community of practice to share information across agencies. I've listed a number of the interested agencies on the right. Some of the areas that this group has explored have been, what are the specific applications for invasive species control there's a lot of work around mosquitoes and rodents, but more broadly, how do we think about mussels, carp, things like that? Focus on risk, and this is not just the formal risk assessment requirements within the regulatory process, but also thinking about risk within the lab setting, within field trials. Third area was policy and regulatory frameworks. So starting with the coordinated framework for biotechnology products, which brings together the three main regulatory agencies, USDA, APHIS, EPA, and FDA, sort of to understand how the rules that they have, which have been more sort of applied to for commercial applications in the past, apply to the public good and environmental management, but also recognizing that federal agencies with land management responsibilities need to start thinking about, what do these tools mean for them and management on their lands, as well as more broadly, how do we interface with states, with municipalities, with the international arena on these issues as well. And then finally, some of the social and public engagement issues that surround the use of technologies like CRISPR, gene drives, RNA interference more broadly, and recognizing that the opportunities for public input into the formal regulatory process are certainly not adequate for the range of concerns that have been expressed, particularly in sort of using those technologies for environmental benefit. So the last area that I talk about in terms of our substantive work is we develop an annual cross-cut budget, and this just looks at federal funding on invasive species issues across the NISP member agencies. I've just put a summary. There's a series of 6 or 7 categories which are listed on the bottom of the screen, and this is just a summary of the spending over the past 10 years. I think the interesting thing for us will be looking at the 2020 numbers. A major portion of the light blue category on the bottom, which is prevention, are funds that go to both Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, as well as USDA APHIS for their border work. A substantial portion of those funds are generated by incoming tourists and cargo. And so with COVID and particularly the decline in international travel, those funds have decreased, causing a little bit of sort of, I don't want to say cause for concern, but trying to figure out where to get the dollars to keep sort of staff on board. Not clear whether that represents additional risk or lower risk, but it's certainly something that we'll be looking at when we get the 2020 numbers. And I'm going to sort of close by just a note on stakeholder engagement. We are sort of particularly sort of eager to figure out sort of where there are intersections and interests with the work that's ongoing and that we're doing. Meetings like this and being able to sort of reach out opportunistically to interact with folks on a regional basis is particularly valuable because we get sort of better understanding of what's going on at the regional level, what's going on the state level, and seeing where the connections are to our work program. In many of the work plan activities, we've sort of designed into them sort of opportunities for input or reach out to specific stakeholders. And then we sort of have our panoply of regular outreach materials, website materials, things like that. But I would sort of welcome if you have sort of follow-up thoughts or you sort of see connections with work that you're doing. We're always interested in that type of input, and also making sure that federal agencies are aware of what's going on as well. So I will sort of conclude there. Hopefully I've left enough time for a couple of questions and any discussion that might be helpful and relevant to the work of the Society.
Thanks, Stas. We do have one question. Ken Wagner's asking, given the layers of bureaucracy, how rapid is rapid response and how long from detection to action would you expect under these programs?
So if you're sort of referring to how we're thinking about that set of issues within the rapid response fund mechanism, one of the things that we were specifically looking at in terms of other examples is specifically for invasive species funding mechanisms. what kind of sort of approval process did they have? Was it sort of set to a particular timeline, or was there sort of a sort of, you could apply on sort of an as needed process? And so we I think recognize that could be a difficulty if you have to go through regular sort of grants.gov or other processes. So if there was a mechanism, it would need to have some sort of ongoing sort of ability for states, other agencies to solicit those funds. And I think that's sort of a drawback of the system that we have right now, as you may have noticed. The other thing, and that's sort of clearly sort of present now, is that various agencies have various priorities. So if you look at some of the response activities that have gone on just this past year with Asian giant hornet, that's something where APHIS clearly had an interest to act, and they've sort of worked with the state of Washington on addressing that. But then, that also involves what are the available resources, what's the political will. So I think you've identified a key set of issues. I think we've recognized that. I don't think we have sort of I don't know if we have the sort of perfect solution, but I think just recognizing the problem and trying to sort of develop the set of processes that we can use to work around it is a start.
Thanks, Tess. I know we've spoken a little bit about scaling it down to sort of the regional, state, and sometimes even the local level for rapid response. And in many cases, I don't know what your thoughts are, but from our perspective, my perspective, looking at creating those agreements, whether they're memorandums of understanding or agreement amongst agencies to commit to respond if a certain species triggers a red alert, say, or something like that, can mobilize probably a little bit more quickly. But I think having sort of the fact that a fund would be set aside and that there would be federal agencies who would already have thought about this and have a process to respond could back some kind of response.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of interest in terms of figuring out how to work this out at sort of a regional level, how to decentralize it. But I think the balance that would need to be figured out is with decentralizing it, you get some redundancy in terms of the management. So where is that sweet spot? Certainly, the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force has the interesting model of the regional panels, which engage both federal agencies, state partners, and others on a regional level. And so I think that's sort of an attractive area to look at. But so the devil will be in the details, and a lot of it will also depend is if there is funds forthcoming, what are the parameters that are set in legislation or whatever that might be. But I do think that there are advantages to decentralizing those types of discussions.
Yeah, and in many cases, I know state agencies don't have the resources available in terms of having trained or mobilizing staff to actually get in the water and do something. And there may be a role for a number of our sponsors of this conference in helping to respond if some kind of more local or regional memorandum of understanding could be developed to that end. Great. All right. I am not seeing any other questions, I don't think. Double checking. All right. I think we're good. Stas, any other closing comments or?
No, just
charges for the Northeast group?
Well, I would say, please keep open lines of communication. Hillary, if she didn't say it sort of explicitly yesterday, may have referenced it implicitly in terms of DOI. There's been a lot of airtime sort of in the present administration with the West, issues with mussels and invasive grasses. I do think it's valuable to hear from all the regions, and so please keep the lines of communication open so that we can sort of understand, what are the key issues that you're facing. It's also likely that the federal agencies that are also stationed in the Northeast are facing those same issues. So just again, sort of this open invitation to sort of, if you have sort of questions or other issues you want to relate to me or to the council, please feel free to do so.
Thanks, Stas. All right, I think I'm going to let Stas close out his presentation, and we're going to move on to our next session, which is aquatic plants, emerging threats in ecology, and the moderator will be Kathy McGlynn.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aquatic Plants Emerging Threats in Ecology session. And our first speakers today will be Lauren Henderson and Chris Williams. Lauren is the AIS coordinator for the Capital Region Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management. She is formerly a watercraft inspection steward and a program manager of watercraft inspection steward program at AWI, the Adirondack Watershed Institute. Chris is the coordinator of the Capital Region Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management. Chris's work focuses on both terrestrial and aquatic species, along with sustainability and restoration. Today, Lauren and Chris will be talking about emerging species of concern, flowering rush, and watercress.
All right, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Kathy and Amy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we have you.
Good, and is my presentation in full mode and properly displayed?
You're good.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. This is a great time to maybe grab your coffee or tea and sit back and do a little learning, like show and tell, a little break from some of the more technical reports that some of you have been sitting through over the last couple of days, which were fantastic. Lauren and I are both going to talk a little bit about two emerging species today. We want to bring some attention and awareness to them, and that's our purpose. I will speak about watercress, and then Lauren is going to speak about flowering rush, excuse me. Again, we're both from the Invasive Species Management Prism from the Capital Region. We're hosted by the Cornell Cooperative Extension of Saratoga County. All right, I need to move something here. All right, sorry about that. All right, so watercress. This is an interesting species. It is a fast-growing vascular form. It flowers and has seed production. It's an aquatic or semi-aquatic perennial that is often found immersed in shallow areas near shorelines and typically grows in thick colonies. It's been around for some time. Introduced from Europe, temperate Asia, and Africa. Its dispersal is intentional through the green industry. You can still purchase watercress today at your grocery store. It's commonly mixed in with some of your spring salads and spring mixes. Once released into the environment, the unintentional spread can be from wind, water, animals, and humans. And I'll talk a little bit about that today. And the propagal pressures tend to be rather high with this species. Watercress is part of the mustard family. So it's rolled into that same common group of greens, kales, turnips, and radishes. And it is problematic like our fellow garlic mustard. And there are some features of watercress that kind of remind me a little bit of garlic mustard. The other thing with this plant, it does have a defense mechanism. It releases a couple of chemicals, and so that it may not be browsed on by some of our invertebrates in our aquatic settings. It should be noted, though, humans eat this, and it is also believed that there is wildlife, herbivores, such as rabbits and deers, that will browse on this species, but there isn't a lot of research or documentation to what extent. In the aquatic environment, it is believed that a lot of the invertebrates are not munching on it until after the leaves tend to pass. So there isn't the competition that you would expect between those two different insects versus mammals. All right, the habitat. It's basically found in cold alkaline waters or springs. It is a sun lover. It needs the sun. It is not shade tolerant. It's found basically in a wide range of soil and site conditions, such as sandy, loamy, or clay soils, with pHs ranging from acidic to basic. So again, it thrives in full sun conditions. It tends to prefer wet soil and it can grow in the water. It typically is not found in dry sites. So places that are common for its growth, you will see it roadside ditches. It's found in fens, forest fens. stream sides, and natural areas. And typically speaking, the populations of infestations of this species are rather small. They're typically found in less than a quarter acre, and that's confirmed from research and in-site observations. And it does establish readily in disturbed areas. The photos in the slide here are kind of interesting. You can see, you know, in the picture on the left, the watercress can grow in those thick mats, and it can disrupt the hydrologic flow of a stream, especially with spring runoffs and things like that. The picture to the far right was a picture that I took locally from Niskayuna. You can see what's remarkable about the picture is the photograph was taken on April 12th in mid to upstate New York. So here you have none of the other plants have budded out yet. There is no other deciduous growth at this point. There are still snowbanks on the ground, temperatures at or below freezing at night, and you can see the growth, the emergent growth there in this favorable situation. This is in a forest to swamp fen kind of area, and I have concerns about how extensive this comes and goes. It doesn't last as long or persist because then the trees push out their leaves, and then the conditions aren't favorable for its growth to remain throughout the year. The picture in the middle, I discovered this plant in 2018. I was in a hemlock forest stand in November. There was ice in the side rills and streams, and the plant was growing underneath the ice and off to the sides. And I took a picture at the time, and I was kind of shocked to see such vibrant growth in such cold conditions. This is taken in late November. The leaves were already gone for the season. Fall had passed, you know, when we're pushing into meteorological winter. And here's this plant growing. And at the time, I was kind of looking at more of a terrestrial plant. I documented, and it took me quite a while of asking certain groups of people what they thought the plant was. And finally, I found the right person who said, you know, Chris, that looks like watercress. And so back in 2018, that was the point that it finally came to my attention that, okay, there's this odd plant that's showing up in strange places at a specific time of the year. For identification purposes, the succulent hollow branch stems, they can be rather large. You know, they can grow up to 50 to 200 centimeters in height. The actual stem itself can be 20 millimeters in diameter. And the leaves can be rather large too, 27 centimeters in length. And I have seen the plant grow to different sizes depending on the conditions. Sometimes the stems are shorter, sometimes they're taller. And the other thing is the plant sometimes tends to lay down in the soft, muddy sediments, and it will grow horizontally along some of the, you know, the riparian areas where the water and the mud meet. At other times, it can be standing upright. So it does vary a little bit in how it's standing in the environment. The leaves are pinnately divided with 3 to 7 leaflets. Typically, there's one at the end, of course, and the leaves are 5 to 10 centimeters long and 2 to 4 centimeters wide. Now, one thing about the leaves, there is some variability in the leaf. You can see in the picture on the far left, this is how I have commonly seen the plant. It typically has that round or oval shaped appearance, but there are other times that it can have a little bit of variability. In the second picture from the left has more of the lance-shaped leaf, and I have even seen them more pointier in other areas. Again, when you go to the supermarket and you go through your spring mix, you can find these leaves for identification. And I think the third picture from the left, or the third picture towards the right, sorry, is a really good classic example of what that looks like. And again, on the far right, you see the stem, you see the beautiful little white flowers that it has. They are tiny. It's part of where the name comes from. The 4 flowers tend to be like cross-shaped, so you get the watercress. And then you can actually see the seed pods in that stem, and that would be kind of its classic stance in nature. The other thing with the leaves, they have slightly irregular leaf margins, slightly wavy. They are hairless, and the stem is also hairless. The flowers, I have never seen the species in flower personally, but basically the range is from May to October. The small white petal is about 6 millimeters long and end in terminal clusters. It is a perfect flower. It has all the male and female reproductive organs are present. The stamens are rather short. When you're comparing them to the size of the leaf, they're smaller than the leaf. The ovary kind of have a purplish green color to it. It's not always purplish green based on my observations. I think it depends on how far it is in its growing season. And the sepals are short, erect, and green. It is pollinated by bees and flies, and it is self-fertile. The fruit tends to ripen from July to October. I have never seen seed on the plant personally in the handful of times that I have observed it. And you can see from the middle picture there that the seed pods are 1/2 to 1 1/4 inches long. And the seed pod is hooked at the end. It has like a little beak, and it kind of aids in identification when you don't see the flowers. It's something to look for. And I have also torn up a box of mixed greens and seen some of those seed pods in some of our take homes from the grocery store. I am now struggling with eating greens from the store because of the invasive plant that I'm finding in there while I'm trying to be healthy. Some other things. I did a quick review of some of the invasive characteristics of the plant for the presentation today. I decided to lean on New York State invasive plant rankings that are posted on the New York Invasive Info website. The ecological impacts are not well known. It's considered a moderately ranked species in New York State. There are system-wide processes and parameters that haven't been observed or the impacts on the natural community structure. What we know is that the colonies are small and don't appear to be significant in changing the density of the vegetation layer or structures. It can have impacts on the natural community composition as related to invertebrates. When you saw the picture on the previous slide there, blanketing the water body, you can easily surmise that has an impact on the light and the penetration of early spring invertebrates. So there is concern in that area. As for its biological characteristics and dispersal, the detached stem pieces easily root and refragment and form new plants. And that's where this can be problematic. The seeds are not specifically adapted to long distance dispersal. They lack dormancy about a year. So where is this getting pushed out into the environment? Mostly tropicals from what I understand at this point in time. And I'm wondering if the seeds if it's late with its seed production, do they just hang on long enough to get a little bit of that spring bloom for the emergent species, and then it's able to hang on. Again, it's cultivated in the food industry. It's possibly spread by fishermen that I read in one review. And its production, the seed production is just not there. And there is some research indicating that when the soils are disturbed, it's going to likely take over vegetatively and not by seeds. So, again, the disturbed soils are always prime breeding grounds for invasive species. As far as distribution, I did a little review of a couple of different programs, and I was trying to figure out, okay, how widely reported is this? And it is found in all of the states except for North Dakota and Hawaii. And that figure was a little bit old, so I'm kind of suspect if that's true or not. I couldn't find anything updated. And it is also listed by 46 states as noxious and invasive. And I have an inclination that it may be underreported in the Northeast. If you look at the Northeast segment of the USGS non-indigenous aquatic species report that I threw up real quick, no pun intended, sorry. You can see like Massachusetts, Connecticut, parts of New York State, New Hampshire, Vermont, there are low reports of this species. And then the same when I ran a filtered report through IMAP invasives, there are reports, but they're not widespread. The NEAPMS is a county-wide distribution. So if there's one report from one county, they shade it the whole county in. I believe. So there tends to be the possibility of some underreporting in certain parts of the Northeast. So it's good to bring to our attention. And with changing climate, it might need to be paid some attention to like how this is really impacting our spring amphiboles and other aquatic invertebrates. Management options. Didn't catch a lot of stuff on management options. I've had one person in that Niskayuna area, they actually raked out the watercress. They did some hand pulling, but it's difficult because it can reestablish from remaining plant fragments. So the timing of manual removal should be done before seed. And you know, there should be constant checks going back and forth for its regrowth. It does grow fast. And again, when the product is removed, it should be moved far away from shoreline so it's not redistributed in those streams. You know, I've read some stuff on smothering and water drawdowns. It can be an option. One of the other sites that I've observed this is actually in gardens. I didn't talk about that earlier, but I've seen composting at one particular site in Washington County, New York, where the person was composting right next to their garden. And I could see the watercress had infiltrated their yard and is basically found in those drainage ditches. And it wasn't extensive, but nonetheless, it's remarkable that it just has that little niche. In terms of biological management, there's no known options at this time. And when we're looking at herbicide controls, there's not a lot out there in the literature. There are some products out there that are non-selective herbicides that can be used, but of course, it's in a water environment. Permitting is always an issue, and reading the label law is important. But I think the more important part of this is the prevention and then the release of it, again, from the green industry, possibly in composting, and then distribute it through the waterways in our environment. So that is my update on watercress. If you see it, report it. And always generating some observations there to see how this item is changing in our environment. Thank you very much. Amy, I'm finished. We're going to hold off on questions till after Lauren does her presentation. So if you could switch over to Lauren, that would be great. Thank you.
Are you guys able to see my screen now?
I can see your screen, Lauren.
Okay. All right, let me just see if I can get back to seeing my screen. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Henderson. I'm going to do the second half of this presentation here on flowering rush. Flowering rush is a rush-like perennial that grows along shorelines and marsh-like habitats. You can often find it kind of interspersed with native cattails. The emergent aquatic, or I guess you could call it a semi-aquatic plant, can form dense stands. It can displace native vegetation, and it can also cause difficulty for watercraft navigation if it's growing in an area along a river or a lake that is commonly used by motorboat users. It comes from the Butomaceae family. Sorry, it's a little struggle to say that word. And it's important to note that this is separate from the Gentiaceae family, which is common with rushes and wood rushes. They look very similar, but it is separate from that family. The native range of this plant is Africa, Asia, and Eurasia. And it was actually intentionally introduced from Europe, first in the United States for ornamental gardening purposes. The first reports of this species were in St. Lawrence River area in 1897. So it has been in this area for quite some time now, but luckily it hasn't really overtaken any areas too extensively. So the habitat that this species usually grows in is usually slow-moving, shallow waters. It's going to be along riparian zones of rivers or streams. In lakes, it's going to be along the shoreline, and it's very common to find in wetlands and marsh areas. Usually, it's growing in water that's less than 2 meters deep. It can grow in water deeper, but it's not as common. And one of the important things to know about this species is its wide range of hardiness. When you look at the plant hardiness zone map from the USDA, it can grow from zone 3 to 10. So it's not just restricted to one kind of area or zone of growing in the country. It pretty much covers almost all the zones in the United States. And lastly, it is intolerant of salt or brackish water, so you're going to find it growing in freshwater lakes, riparian zones, wetlands. So for identification of this species, the stem can grow up to 1.5 meters tall. With the leaves, you're going to be looking for a basal leaf. If you take a cross section of the leaf, you're going to see it's triangular. I have a lookalike species in one of the next slides that you'll be able to see an example of that, which can make it a little bit tricky for identification. But you'll see the cross section of a triangle, and then towards the end of the leaves, up towards where it will start to flower on the stem, you'll often see a twist of the leaf at the tip. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but you can kind of see it in this top picture here, where the leaf just starts to twist right towards the top there. For the roots, I've seen these roots described as bulb-like. They have kind of a fleshy look or texture to them. And one of the most common ways that this plant actually reproduces and further grows into new areas is through rhizomes that are grown out of the roots. It also produces bulbils, which allows it to drop those bulbils and infest new areas separate from the main plant. The flowers, similar to Chris's species, it's a perfect flower. You're going to be looking for a pink flower that is usually growing in June to September. It grows in umbels, so you're going to be looking for 20 to even 50 flowers on one of those umbels. There's 3 sepal and 3 petal, and you're going to see that nice light pink color. And there are 9 stamen and 6 pistils. If this plant is not in flower, it is more difficult to ID. Like I said, in one of the next slides, I have some lookalikes, and you'll see why it can be a little bit more difficult to ID. So if you do see this flower, you're probably going to get a positive ID of it. Seeds, it does produce seeds that ripen from August to September. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any good pictures of the actual seed capsules, but it is a many-seeded capsule, and not all populations produce fertile seeds. So the main way that this plant reproduces is through the rhizomes. So these are some of the lookalikes. We have bulrush on the left, and then we have woolgrass on the right. And this is actually a plant that we found over the summer while we were surveying, and we thought possibly could have been flowering rush. And you can see that's actually a picture of Chris right there holding this leaf, as it kind of resembles that triangular cross section. It's a tiny bit blurry, but you can kind of get the idea. So that's one that is common in this area that people could easily confuse as flowering rush. So if that was in flower, that would be an easy ID, but since this picture you can see it's in seed, we were a little bit skeptical at first about that. So dispersal of the plant, wide scale, you can have dispersal through gardening. Similar to Chris's plant, the watercress, it is sold still. I was doing some research and I actually found it pop up right on Amazon. So it is still being sold in some areas, but it is restricted in a few states, as you'll see in a couple slides from now. Recreation is another way for wide-scale dispersal of this plant. It can get caught up in boating equipment. Seeds can get pulled into ballast water and dumped into the next body of water that that boat is transported to. On a more local level, like I've said a couple times now, rhizomes are the most common way that this plant is spread. Fragmentation of the root system is also very common. Any disturbance to the roots and fragmentation, if any of that fragment gets downstream, it can easily infest a new area that was not infested. So water flow kind of goes into that as well. And then wildlife, I've got a little picture of a muskrat here because in a lot of my research, I kept seeing that muskrats like to use parts of the plant for their homes, and they are one of the causes for further dispersal on a local level. So distribution, this species is reported in 26 states in the US. You can see in this bottom right picture from USGS, most of the infestations are found in the Northeast, and this plant is included in 10 states' invasive species laws as either a regulated or a prohibited plant. You can see on the left, this is from IMAP invasives. This is kind of the quick distribution of flowering rush in New York State, and it is considered usually between a tier 1 or a tier 2 species across the state if it's even ranked, meaning that it has been introduced to different regions, but it's not really at that end stage where we can't completely control it at this point. It's not completely out of hand. Some of the impacts, so similar to Chris, we both looked at the New York State invasiveness rank. This is a moderate species with a 63.75 ranking. Its ecological impacts is it's going to form dense stands, it can displace native species, and it can stagnate water flow. From my research, I've found that it doesn't really take over an entire area, but it just does cause a decent amount of disturbance. So it's not going to be like one of your aquatics like water chestnut, where it's going to completely take over an entire area and not allow any other native growth to happen. But it is going to have some impact on the area that it is growing in. Economic impacts. There's going to be a reduction in recreational opportunities, as I mentioned before, boating, fishing, and swimming. Once it kind of takes over an area and forms those dense stands, if there was those opportunities before, those are going to be not as available once this species is introduced. And it can also impact irrigation systems. You'll find it a lot of times in drainage ditches and irrigation ditches, and it can impact the distribution of the water through those systems. And then lastly, we have management for this species. Physical is probably the easiest for a small population, and there's a few different options for that. We have cutting. This is just removal of the plant. So it's often done by cutting the plant just below the surface of the water. This requires several cuttings per growing season to even be close to being effective. So it's very time consuming, and you have to be very meticulous with it because fragmentation can cause further infestations if that fragment moves to a different area that hasn't been infested in the past. And it doesn't kill the plant, but it will reduce the abundance for that season. Your next option is digging. So this is removal of the plant and you're removing the root system. This is more effective for smaller infestations, and it's going to reduce the population. And this, you really need to be careful with the root system and to not disturb it, because the fragmentation of those roots is going to cause an even bigger infestation, and it could cause an even bigger infestation right in that same area that you're working in. And then lastly, we have drawdown. An extensive reduction in water allowed to the plant can reduce the abundance as well. This isn't as common, but it is another option for physical management. And lastly, we have chemical. There's not a huge amount of information available on chemical control for this species, but most commonly it's a non-selective herbicide that has been used, and it's somewhat effective for seasonal control. But the big issue with this is it usually fails to kill the rhizomes, which is the main way for increasing the infestation for this plant. Another issue with chemical is the herbicide often washes off of the leaves because they're so narrow. you need to apply it multiple times for it to be somewhat effective. So usually the best way to do it is when the shoreline or the area that the plant is growing in is dry or the water is very low. That'll allow the most effective application and allow it to penetrate towards those rhizomes and kill that part of the plant, which is going to give you the best results. So that is flowering rush. That is how we can try to manage it, how you can identify it. And as always, we encourage people to report any plants they see through IMAP or any of the other systems for reporting invasives. And now we have some time for questions.
Okay, we have very little time for questions, but I'm hoping we can forward these questions to you. I don't know if that's a possibility, Amy.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
Okay, because we have 3 questions for you regarding the details of control and lookalikes for watercress.
You could also answer them in the chat, maybe.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, that would be great, but we can
I'll-
also forward them to you.
I will answer a few of them in the chat, as long as the
Okay.
chat stays open. Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you,
Right.
Kathy. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren and Chris. Okay. So our next speaker is Stuart Finley. Stuart's on here. Ah, there we are. Okay. So it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Stuart Finley of the Carey Institute of Ecosystem Studies. His research interests span habitats and ecological processes in aquatic ecosystems with a strong emphasis on bringing information to management and application. He has studied streams, wetlands, and rivers with a focus on the Hudson Valley, New York. Today, Stuart will talk about submerged vegetation in the Hudson, lessons from a major disturbance. Thanks, Stuart.
Okay, thanks everybody. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to the group this morning and everyone for coming out on what, at least for us, is a bit of a snowy morning. I'm gonna turn my camera back off for bandwidth purposes and bring up slides here. So the topic I want to talk about today is some interaction amongst species in the tidal freshwater Hudson River. And the study region is essentially from about Tappan Zee up to the head of tide at Troy. So it's a very large area, and there's intense public interest and natural resource interest in what's going on here. One of the differences in the kinds of things I'm going to talk about in the next 15 minutes or so is that these are interactions between a native and an invasive that have been undoubtedly going on for decades to over 100 years. So this is not similar to much of what we hear about with invasive species, where there tends to be attention, rightly so, on the wave of invasion and very short-term effects and rapid changes and things coming and going and consequences. Both these plants have been here in the case of the native, which is water celery, undoubtedly for thousands of years, and in the case of water chestnut, the invasive, certainly for decades and probably about 100, 150 years. So these interactions have been occurring for a long time. And the point of today is that we suffered a major disturbance, and I don't want to make it sound like that's a good thing, but it did give us an opportunity to sort of open up some avenues of inquisition and learn some new things about what's going on that I think are informative for the sort of general topic of what are we going to do about these invasive species problems. And I'll come back to sort of bigger picture stuff right at the end. My slides won't advance, but it may just be slow.
Just give them a second, they should go.
Yeah.
You can also try using the arrows on the bottom left of your
Here we go.
screen.
Yeah,
There you go.
right. I'll just try and So as I alluded to, the species I want to talk about are a native, which is water celery Vallisneria americana. It's widespread across the Northeast and the rest of the country, and the genus at least around the world. And that is the predominant submerged species in the tidal freshwater in the Hudson. It's probably 80 to 90% of the biomass that's truly submerged in the river. There are a variety of other species that we can talk about if you're interested. And the major invasive species we have plenty, but the major one we have, and the one most people know about, is the water chestnut, NEAPMS, which again has been here for quite a long time. We're fortunate because of our sort of ecosystem level studies of the Hudson that we know quite a lot about both these species, and we've gone through studies of how much is out there, what are the ecological processes they interact with, and how have they changed over time. And the change over time is really going to be the key to sort of again unlocking some of these other questions that might not have been so obvious to us if we had just focused on the brand new invaders. And unfortunately, we have some of those as well. So very quickly and broad brush, just to sort of set some of the characteristics of these plants. Across the top, I contrast the native and the exotic, and just a couple of attributes where they actually have differing effects. So the submerged Vallisneria provides oxygen to the water column, which in many aquatic systems is considered a good thing. The exotic water chestnut, in some situations, but not all situations, it actually depletes oxygen from the water column, which again is largely considered a bad thing for a component of the ecosystem to do. In contrast, the Vallisneria is not very good at reducing turbidity. Many underwater plants are capable of maintaining higher water clarity because of slowing currents, etc. Vallisneria is not capable of doing that in this situation, whereas water chestnut's very good. And the water you see coming out of one of these beds as the tide exits the larger trap of beds is crystal clear. And for most people, they think that's good. Both these plants have fairly high habitat value. They have abundant fishes and invertebrates that use them as habitat and undoubtedly places to live. They're different fishes and different invertebrates. So the issue of which fish you like and which fish you don't like would have to weigh into whether you think one plant is wearing a white hat and one plant is wearing a black hat. But they've been around a long time and people are sort of used to them, whether they like them or not. As I think everybody knows, one of the reasons people really dislike water chestnut is the impact on recreational access. And this is an aerial image of a marina site where they've gone out and cut channels for access for both small and large pleasure craft to get out to the main channel of the Hudson. This particular site, they actually went through and tried to clear cut the entire site, which I wish them luck on that. But there is certainly good justification and approaches to manage the plant in small areas, again, primarily for recreational access. Our studies have gone on for over 25 years, and the sort of inventory piece of this has two components. The repetitive annual information we have comes from a group of dedicated volunteers who go out in kayaks, small boats, and they go to various places that we ask them to go to, and there's an established protocol for doing observations and reporting, and we get this every year, and it allows us to describe year to year interannual variation in the abundance of this plant, water celery in particular. We don't ask them to go into the water chestnut beds because they wouldn't do that. But we do get annual information on the water celery from these volunteers. And then about every 5 years, the state pays for a complete aerial inventory with interpretation and generation of GIS layers and all this sort of stuff that's used both for science and public information as well as regulatory to manage these plants. We have two different scales. The interannual stuff gives us the finest breakdown of what's happening, but the inventory is the most complete and most quantitative. So we know what's out here. And we know it changes. There have been small scale changes documented over the last 15 years, and then probably many of you in the Northeast will remember Tropical Storm Irene, closely followed by Tropical Storm Lee, about the end of the growing season in 2011. And it had huge impact. Lots of things changed in the Hudson because of this, but if you look at the photos on the right, it's clear that there were big changes in turbidity, water clarity, as well as sediment delivery. And it turns out that this sediment delivery in particular was very damaging to the water celery. And I'll show you the data in a second, but there was an almost complete extirpation of water celery from the study reach I spoke about, which again is about 150 kilometers long from Troy down to the Tappan Zee region. So a big effect. This sort of thing has probably happened before. It's never been documented, but a big effect on the plants. And again, our on the water volunteer data give us the clearest picture of what's happened here. The volunteer data go back to about 2000. I'm just showing you from pre-Irene out to current year observations. And basically the y-axis is what we expect the volunteers to report. We set these up so that they quote unquote should be seeing plants in about 40 to 50% of their points. We anticipate and we design it so some of the points are outside known areas in case there's expansion. So we anticipate about 40% positives or present reports. And you can see that in the year after Irene, the numbers are way down, something like 85% loss of positive reports from the volunteers. And then not much recovery for 2 or 3 years. And we're back to, as far as these data go, to being close to where we were before Irene. But it's taken a long time. The first 5 years or so, it was really pretty grim. And there was serious debates about, why aren't you guys doing something about this? So these are the volunteer data that give us the best time discrimination of what happened. The inventories give us the best picture of the total coverage of the plants and what happened. So there are 2 bars on here. This does go all the way back to 1997. The dark bar is the invasive trappa, and the shaded gray bar is the water celery, the native plant. And so the water chestnut is fairly stable before Irene and after Irene. You can see the gray bars. There's again, clear documentation of a big loss of the submersed plant. And the last time point on this graph is photos from 2018, so a couple of years ago. So we clearly see recovery. It's not quite as far along as are shown by the volunteer data, but again, the volunteer data are through 2020, and this lags a couple of years. So we see that this big event had, huge effects on the submersed plants, the water celery. Gradual recovery, natural recovery has occurred and is still occurring, and will probably go on for another year or 2. And the water chestnut sort of shrugged it off, basically. The stability of these coverages suggests to me that this plant is sort of, before Irene, it was kind of at the boundary of its habitat occupation, and after is pretty much the same thing. There is a step change you can probably see between the 2007 inventory and 2014, and a part of that at least is due to a boundary change in what the aerial photos picked up. So by and large, we're not seeing wholesale replacement of the submersed plant by the invasive plant. We're not seeing a replacement of the native by the invasive plant. So it's not as though opening up this habitat has created great opportunities for expansion of water chestnut. So big changes, a natural disturbance, if you want to look at it that way, has shown us that, rapid fluctuations in these two. One plant really took it on the chin, water celery took it on the chin, and Trappa is sort of, so what? Here we go. So this prompted us to look hard at what's happening during recovery. And this is a fine scale change analysis that used the GIS laters, and this was done by Sean Carroll. He's a GIS guru. He works with Cooperative Extension here. And he's showing you how much change occurred in this period between about 2014 to 2016, when recovery was just starting to sort of be credible. Coverage roughly doubled in this 2-year interval. We were nowhere near full recovery, but it was obvious that the plant was coming back. And it turns out there are sort of hot spots for this recovery. And up north is where things were changing the fastest. And the northern stretches of the river are above roughly the city of Hudson, for those of you that know the geography. Big recovery, fairly dramatic changes in coverage in this 2-year span. And then a couple of smaller spots downriver. These would be south of Newburgh, where there's, good recovery, but not to the same extent as up north. So what we see from this is that, relatively early on in the recovery process, we've got, some areas that really seem to be contributing disproportionately. And whether this is because there were relic populations, which there were up and down the river, or whether the populations in those portions of the river are particularly good at colonization, we can't really tease that out right now. But it did open our eyes to the fact that there are differences in sort of resilience capacity in this plant up and down the river, with some areas apparently contributing more than others. And this led to a whole series of genetic work that was done by folks at University of Maryland, shown here, Miley Neal and Katja Engelhardt, along with a number, probably 5 or 6 different graduate students. And Miley and Katja have the capacity to look at genotypic variation in what, to my admittedly untrained eye, appears to be a homogeneous population. They're capable of using microsatellites to tease apart whether this really is one sort of, monolithic, genetically identical, well-mixed population, or if there's structure to it. And it turns out that there's structure to it. And this heat map is lined up parallel to the study reach, again, from above the head of tide of Troy down to the Tappan Zee region. And the color coding is sort of the results of a cluster analysis, if you will, of where various genotypes occur. And there's pretty clear separation between 3 broad groupings. There's a above head of tide group. There's a group that occurs in the pretty typical freshwater part. And then there's a group that appears where there's brackish water. Whether salinity is really what's driving this or not, we don't know yet, but it does sort of fall along that salinity breakdown. So these plants are not, completely mixing every year genetically. The plants do have sort of what I'm calling home fields, and exactly what that advantage might be, either in terms of colonization or other ecological processes, we don't know yet. But again, this big removal led us to look at whether or not these things actually existed. And it's opened up a bunch of sort of interesting science questions as well as practical questions. And that if you want to do some sort of restoration, you really need to be paying attention to, who's present, exactly who are you dealing with. So the take homes, I hope, are pretty clear. Vallisneria is resilient, but not resistant to this kind of thing. We do have these local sources that may be locally adapted. If we're going to think about restoration to future disturbances, we need to be pretty careful about what we try and kickstart the process with, and try and get the right plants in the right place. The exotic trappa is resistant to this kind of disturbance. It showed no loss and possibly even a slight gain to this, and it's almost certainly due to the seed bank, and I know we're going to hear about the seed bank in a second here. The plant's well established and has both pluses and minuses to it, and I'm convinced it's pretty much at the limit of its expansion. It's not going to go anywhere further. But just to come back to sort of the bigger issues, and we've heard about these throughout this conference as well as this morning, we've got this management portfolio that's a mixture of local firefighting, which is important, and the rapid response, rapid detection, rapid response in particular, are really key to get done. We also need these larger strategies so we don't spend all our time fighting local fires, but we need both. Prevention is key. I didn't hear a lot about that this morning. Many of you probably know there's some opportunity, although I'm not wildly optimistic about doing something about the Erie Canal. And we'll see in the next year or two whether that's really going to come to anything or not. The prevention is often what generates most of the public resistance, so it's kind of a tough thing sometimes. And I'd have to say we're still not really clear on the full costs of management, either prevention or eradication, or inaction, deciding to do nothing. And it'd be nice if we had a better foothold, better foundation for making some of the decisions that are being made. So I'm going to stop there. I believe I'm on time, maybe a minute over, and take questions now, or we'll fill out the chat. However, we need to do this. So thanks, everybody.
Oops. Thanks, Stuart. We have one question in the chat box. It's from Greg Bugby. It's saying, Vallisneria in the Connecticut River is being replaced by hydrilla. How big a concern to you is this?
It's a huge concern, and Kathy knows better than I that there was an infestation of hydrilla in the Croton, and this is being addressed, and maybe I'll throw Kathy a chance to speak to this quickly. Hydrilla has not spread throughout the Hudson, I'll say that. We're probably very lucky because it was in one tributary that's in the brackish part, and so it didn't have sort of an escape route. But Kathy, you want to say something quickly about that?
What we are seeing is that, yes, we've been able to control it in the Croton River. We're still waiting on treatment of the reservoir above, which is the major source of the hydrilla. What we are seeing during treatment is there has been a decrease in Vallisneria along the Croton River and at the mouth of the river, which could well be the result of herbicide. We've also worked with Katja Engelhardt and Miley Neal on both genotyping and testing the sensitivity of this plant to the herbicide we're using, and we're seeing damage at 4 to 6 parts per billion. And our numbers are usually a bit lower than that, but they still impact the species. So we are still monitoring that. And in addition, we have Katja and Miley are doing some propagation for us. So we will attempt to restore plants once the treatment is over. So it's good to know from your research, Stuart, that we need to be careful about choosing the appropriate ecotype for where we restore. And luckily we have those plants from those locations so they can be brought back to the same places they were at. So that's my input on that.
Yeah, and if I'm correct, there are not a lot of reports of hydrilla in the rest of the Hudson, although knowing that it's kind of all around us obviously is of concern.
We do have surveys of the Hudson north of Croton that are conducted every year, and we've not found hydrilla in the Hudson so far at the locations that seem to have characteristics that are most suitable for the establishment of the species, and we'll continue to monitor for that. There are some inland small ponds that do have confirmed locations for hydrilla. One is Creamery Pond, which was the original location found in New York. We're having a resurgence of hydrilla there, so we'll be talking about how to address that fairly soon.
Yeah. So this is a good example of sort of this tension between fighting local fires, which clearly in the case of hydrilla we need to be doing, and sort of stopping future invaders. And clearly what we're worried about in the Hudson is the Asian carp coming in from the Great Lakes, if they get to the Great Lakes, which people are working hard not to have happen. You know, the canal is a major pathway, has been in the past, and will almost certainly be in the future if we don't do something about it. And as I said, there is, the door has been cracked open a little bit. And, you know, the sense of folks is that if we can do something soon, it may be feasible. If we miss this opportunity, we may just be living with consequences for quite some time to come, which I think we'd rather not do.
I agree. Well, thanks, Stuart.
Uh-huh.
And thanks everybody for the questions, and we'll move on to our next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker, last speaker, the session is my coworker and colleague, Dr. Stephen Pearson, from New York State DEC's Invasive Species Coordination Section. Steve's work focuses on determining abundance, distribution, early detection strategies, and techniques, including eDNA and management of established populations of AIS. Today, Steve will talk about a persistent seed bank, the case for annual water chestnut monitoring once a population is presumed eradicated.
Thank you, Kathy. Can you see my screen currently?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you everyone for being here today. As we heard from Stuart about both local firefighting and larger strategies, much of what I'll be talking about today is in that local firefighting component. And I am hoping that my presentation will start here. Okay. Excellent. So if Kathy, you're seeing my full presentation, correct?
I am seeing your full presentation and the next slide.
Okay, let me change my settings here. Okay, so now it's just the presentation?
Just the presentation.
All right, thank you. So I will talk today about water chestnut seeds and this making the case for continued monitoring for the long term after populations have been managed to the point where we're no longer finding water chestnut for several years. So as Stuart went over, water chestnut is a annual plant. It's rooted, floating plant, and typically you'll see it. You'll find it with these rosettes that are popping up above the water. And those rosettes are formed around a central stem, and they float due to this inflated petiole, which you can see in the photo here. Typically, water chestnut will breach the surface in late May to mid-June, depending on where you are across its introduced range here in the Northeast, and you will your management of it will depend on how quickly it breaches the surface and how quickly the seeds mature. In terms of fecundity, each individual plant can produce up to 20 seeds on that plant. So if those seeds are allowed to mature and drop into and become members of the seed bank, then you've lost that opportunity to remove those individuals from future years. So typically, you'll also find a lot of floating seeds or seeds along the banks. Those are no longer viable, and those are present, and they can cause problems because each seed has these sharp points on it, and that's what you can see in this photo here. You can see some of these sharp points, and if you step on them or your dog steps on them, they can cause problems. So that's one issue with water chestnut. Typically, the seeds mature by late July, and they can mature earlier in other regions. And so, as mentioned before, that's dependent on where you are and what the weather in the spring and early summer have been. It's important to note that seed longevity can last up to 12 years. So if seeds become members of the seed bank, then you'll be potentially managing and looking for those seeds for the next 12 years. In terms of water chestnut ecology, we heard great information about that from a previous presenter. We know that it grows up to 5 meters depth, but prefers slightly shallower water from 0.3 to 2 meters. It forms these dense monocultures with up to 50 rosettes per meter squared. So that can alter the aquatic plant community by shading the understory. So you might lose the understory plants, so your submerged aquatics, as well as any other emergent aquatics that you would see. And they can also alter the plant and animal communities or the animal communities. And as Stuart pointed out, it depends on what you're interested in, whether or not you can see the changes in the animal community or the fish community as positive or negative. And it can outcompete these floating plants. In New York, well, nationwide, water chestnut was first introduced in Massachusetts in the Cambridge Botanical Gardens in 1877. By 1884, it was present in New York with the first report at Collins Lake. And the introduction is due to unknown causes, but likely either from water garden escapee or through waterfowl. The map here shows Schenectady County, which is where Collins Lake is. And this aerial photograph shows Collins Lake in the present day. So there's still water chestnut present at Collins Lake in 2020. The water chestnut is regulated in New York State under Part 575, which prohibits the possession and transport of water chestnut in New York. So as far as the spread and distribution, we can go through that here. You see in 1884, it was only in this one location in one county in New York. By 1950, it had moved further down the Mohawk River to the confluence of the Hudson River and had moved downstream and as well as upstream. And as Stuart pointed out, water chestnut had been in the Hudson River for 100 years likely or more. And so these early reports between 1880 and 1950 are lacking in detail, but this is what we have. By 1975, Lake Champlain and the rest of the Hudson River Valley moving upstream had been invaded, as well as a few of the counties in the Finger Lakes region and southern Lake Ontario. By 2000, additional counties and more of the Hudson River were showing water chestnut populations present, and by 2020, in this past summer, water chestnut's known from most counties in New York. At the county scale, this looks pretty bad, but at the individual scale, you can see there's still plenty of areas of the state that without reported water chestnut. However, this IMAP invasives map does show that water chestnut has been reported quite broadly across the Hudson River Valley, the Catskills, Lake Ontario, the Finger Lakes, the Hume and Western New York, and moving up into the Adirondacks as well as Long Island. All that information looks pretty bad. Between 1884 and 2000, we had about 230 populations known and growing. But since then, the number of known populations has increased to roughly 1,800 populations. This increase between 2000 and 2020 is likely a true increase in the distribution of water chestnut across New York, but it's also likely due to improved record keeping and reporting. And much of that has come through the establishment of IMAP invasives and the mapping challenges that they've been supporting over the last few years, as well as the establishment of PRISM networks across the region and the focus on aquatic invasive species across the state of New York. In 2020 and currently, we're trying to better understand the problem and taking three approaches for that. One is using IMAP invasives to track reports and use these mapping challenges to better understand this distribution, where they are and what different management strategies are being followed. The portals that IMAP is developing have both a public as well as a manager-specific portal. And so look for that. This is a draft picture of it on the top right. And look for that in the coming year to come out to assist managers across New York, and then also across the region for detailed information on what's working in terms of management. In the Hudson and Mohawk rivers, there are mapping efforts going on, and the map right here kind of shows a 2020 survey, and these orange beds that are depicted here, these are invasive beds, and in most cases, they're water chestnut beds within the Mohawk River. And across the state, working regionally, we have the PRISMs, which are working to engage all the different stakeholders and look for solutions to water chestnut issues at the local scale. There are different management strategies for water chestnut. And in most cases, people are using manual removals, and they're typically small-scale removals that can work when repeated to reduce the abundance of water chestnut. They're also used to follow up to mechanical removals after harvesting has occurred and populations have been reduced greatly. There's chemical applications, which are not broadly used across the region, but there are some examples. And the photo here is of a chemical application within the Finger Lakes region of New York. And finally, we have mechanical harvesting, which is being used for large infestations. And after several years of harvesting, you can greatly reduce the amount of water chestnut and bring it to a point where you no longer need a harvester, but can follow with hand manual pulls. So here I have two examples of how harvesting can be followed up with manual pulls to greatly reduce the water chestnut abundance in there. The first on the left is from Lake Champlain, and it's a figure here from the Lake Champlain Basin Atlas, which shows that between 1999 and 2014, the amount of water, or the area of water chestnut that was being mechanically harvested has been greatly reduced. In 1999, you can see that about the southern third of Lake Champlain had a high abundance of water chestnut and required the use of mechanical harvest. Over the 15 years between then and 2014, mechanical harvesting had reduced the amount of water chestnut that needed to be mechanically harvested to just the southern tip. And that is the current state of water chestnut in Lake Champlain today. The figure on the right here shows Massapequa Reservoir, which is on Long Island. And the photos are pre and post harvest from 2018. And you can see that water chestnut had significant coverage of this lake in 2018. This was the fourth year of mechanical harvesting in this reservoir. And what this figure shows is that after 4 years of mechanical harvesting, removing more and more material each year, more and more biomass, the following 2 years were able to be controlled with manual pulls rather than mechanical harvesting. So with a concerted effort of dense populations and mechanical harvesting when possible, you can reduce the amount of water chestnut to a manageable amount through manual pulls. So as far as providing information here on continued control after you've reached that point where water chestnut populations are very low or even potentially eradicated, I have a few case studies. 2 are from very small ongoing control projects, and then I have 3 kind of cautionary tales that we'll talk about. They're mostly in Eastern New York, so, 2 from Long Island, 2 from the Capital Region, and 1 from the Adirondack region. First, we'll talk about Mill Pond at Oyster Bay National Wildlife Refuge. This is a fairly small pond, 7 acres, and you can see that water chestnut by 2008 had become a fairly large problem here. In between 2008 and 2011, hand pulls were performed, and quite a bit of effort went into removing much of that material. And in the years since 2011, so 2012 to 2020, the amount of effort that's gone into control water chestnut has been greatly reduced. It typically has been 2 people for about half a day paddling the lake and removing water chestnut since that. And there's been some fluctuations. They haven't been able to completely eradicate the seed bank, but they've kicked it back quite a bit. And you can see there are some ebb and flow here with the amount of water chestnut that they're pulling each year, but it's a relatively small amount. And with continued effort like this, they should be able to completely remove water chestnut from this system in the coming years. Next, there's the Lincoln Pond at Hike Preserve. This is a local waterway to where I live and a place that I recreate from time to time. And you can see from the figure that the water chestnut was discovered in 2018. They had roughly 90 plants, 80 to 100 plants is what was reported in that year. It had likely been present for a year or 2 before that. But in 2018, after discovery, they pulled it, followed up in 2019 and 2020 with continued pull, and you can see that there's this reduction in the number of plants that they're pulling. Once again, with continued effort here, they should be able to eradicate water chestnut in this water body. Loon Lake is a lake in the Adirondacks. It's quite large, 581 acres. It has quite a bit of habitat available for water chestnut. It does have a lake association, and annual surveys are performed at this lake. In 2015, a small population of water chestnut was discovered in this northern bay here, shown in the top of the figure. And all of the plants found were removed. The follow-up survey in 2016 found no water chestnut. However, in 2017, again, they did find a handful of plants which were then removed. Annual surveys since then have not found any plants, and it may be that the seed bank has been depleted in Loon Lake. However, it's important that they continue these surveys over the next several years to to remove any plants that may sprout from any water chestnut remaining in the seed bank. Swan Pond, this is another example from Long Island. It's a 57-acre pond. Water chestnut was discovered there in 2009 and managed in 2009, between 2009 and 2015. The only great records on number of plants removed are from the first 2 years, 2009 and 2010. Both years they removed 120 plants. And continued efforts with decreased number of plants between 2011 and 2015. By 2016, the water chestnut were no longer being found, and they were not found in Okay, thank you. Between 2016 and 2018. In 2019, no survey was performed, and a survey in 2020 found over 400 water chestnut plants had rebounded, and the population was larger and than it had been at any other point in the water chestnut history of this lake. So skipping this 1 year, 2019, likely meant that water chestnut seeds emerged, reproduced, and dropped. Multiple plants must have reproduced that year and dropped multiple seeds. So you'll have this quick rebound to greater than 400 plants. And if not noticed in 2020, that would grow exponentially onward. So this site is definitely a cautionary tale as to why it's important for that continued survey year after year. Lake Taconic, this is another interesting story. And in the 2004, water chestnut was discovered, and it was managed by the state parks in 2004 and 2005. That followed with 3 years of follow-up surveys, however, in which no water chestnut were found. In the years between 2009 and 2019, no surveys were performed. However, there's a vague report from 2011 of water chestnut having been found. However, follow-up survey didn't find any water chestnut, and that was left to case. Dan Weber and I were out there this summer doing a vegetation survey, and we discovered water chestnut back in, I believe it was early June. And within a few weeks, state parks, the DC, and the Capital Mohawk Region PRISM all got out there and removed all those plants. And now it's going to be controlled and surveyed for in the coming years. By 2020, it had likely been there for several years, as water chestnut was found in a decent bed in this region of the bay, but also scattered across the other areas of the easternmost region of the lake. So in conclusion, on a local scale, water chestnut can be managed, and in some locations it can even be eradicated. It's important that long-term monitoring is part of the management and the effort at any lake where populations are thought to have been eradicated, because that population reemergence can happen rapidly. So annual surveys and control are important, and that should occur before the seeds mature. So even though you think you're not going to find water chestnut, you should still survey these types of systems in the earlier part of the summer, so that in the event that water chestnut is found, it can be controlled before those seeds set and become part of the seed bank again. And importantly, you can't really skip a year or two of surveying, because that population reemergence can happen quite rapidly within a few year period. So thank you for your time, and if I have any questions, I can take them now. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So we have one question in the chat box and a couple other questions. We'll see how many we get through in the minute we have. Question from Ken Wagner. So if there is a law preventing transport of water chestnut, the threat is obviously recognized. Why is there no law calling for action to get rid of it?
Well, the law against transport and possession also, well, it allows for that to, doesn't allow for water chestnut to be spread more broadly. As far as, large-scale management of water chestnut, that is a difficult question, and is one that is not necessarily, going to be resolved anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah. So we do have other questions, which we won't get to, and I'm asking if Amy could forward those to you. Is that okay to do?
Yeah, I can do that.
Of course.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. So folks, we are now at break time. We have a break from 10:45 to 11. So just echoing Meg's sentiment, please buy raffle tickets to support our scholarship fund, and they can be purchased until 11 a.m. And you can go into the chat box to see the link for that purchase. So the break will be again from 10:45 to 11, and then from 11 to 11:30, we'll have our business meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Amy, this is Erica. Did you still want to check audio?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
All right, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Morning, Ben.
Great. Should we start?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting to start our business meeting for 2021. So here is our agenda. Everybody, please look at it. I'm not going to read everything, but I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who are here today, Tuesday and Wednesday. And also I thank all the presenters presented at our conference, and also there are other 3 speakers going to talk after the meeting. So we learned a great deal about invasive species this morning, right? And also there's algal sessions yesterday and on Tuesday workshops. So we learned a lot of things. I think a lot of other speakers talking about the new technology, talking about the industry update, also student poster presentations. These are great. I needed some time to digest a lot of information. Thank you all, and also thank you the sponsors again and again for sponsoring our conference. So next I'm going to Chris Dahl about the award.
Great. This is the first I'm hearing about this.
Actually, it should be Chris Hanlon.
Oh, thank you. Good,
Yeah.
because I'm not prepared, so I will mute.
Oh, sorry about it. Chris Cannon.
There you go. Can you hear me now? Sorry, wrong button.
We hear you.
Okay, can't see me though. I'm lost somewhere. Well, I'd like to begin with, we'll be giving out some awards. And as you can see, the awards recipients over the time, we'll be giving out a few awards today. One of the awards is going to be the Aquatic Plant Science Award. The other will be an Outstanding Member Award. And then we have 2 other awards that we'll be presenting. I would like to present Ben for all he's done for us over the last few years. This is going to be an Outgoing President Award for Ben. I'd like to say that the Northeast Aquatic Plant Management Society recognizes and thanks Ben for his many contributions. Ben has served on the board as a director and then the roles of president-elect and now as president, and has been active in the awards, the program, and the scholarship committees. The society recognizes Ben's contributions and is grateful for the strong leadership he has brought and brings to the society and beyond. And Ben, on behalf of the society, we want to thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you. I'm humbled. Thanks very much.
You got it. Now I'd like to bring it over to Emily, and she's going to present a few more awards that will go out to other members.
Thanks, Chris. I'd like to present the outgoing editor. The Aquatic Plant Management Society recognizes Chris Doyle for the 7 years of authorship and creativity as Northeastern editor. His editorial accomplishments, attention to detail, and professionalism have strengthened this important society communication tool. The society recognizes Chris's dedication and thanks him for his many contributions as Northeastern editor. So thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Emily.
The next award I'd like to present is the Aquatic Plant Science Award to Chris Doyle. Chris Doyle, for his distinguished contributions and service to further aquatic plant management efforts in the Northeast states, with special recognition for the many years of technical leadership in the implementation of the annual Aquatic Plant Workshop and as chair of the Society Conference Program Committee. Chris's passion and expertise in all things aquatic plants have helped to further the society and benefit management in the Northeast. The Northeast Aquatic Plant Management Society honors Chris for his ongoing support, commitment, and dedication to the society and the field of aquatic plant management. It brings me great joy to give him this award. So thank you, Chris, for all your efforts.
Congratulations, Chris.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, bud.
Sorry about that. Thank you, everybody. I truly appreciate this. You guys are really making it hard to leave an industry. So I guess I will stick around. Folks
Good.
know where to find me. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everyone. This
And
is Amy Smagula. I would like to honor Ron Lemon with the Amy P. Smagula Outstanding Member Award for his distinguished contributions and service in support of the Northeast Aquatic Plant Management Society as a longtime and dedicated sponsorship supporter, an advocate for the Society Scholarship Fund, and a past member of the Board of Directors. Ron's contributions to the Society and to the field of aquatic plant management over the years are many. The Society is especially appreciative of Ron's willingness to step up whenever asked. The Society is pleased to recognize Ron with this distinguished award. Thank you very much, Ron. And let me see if Ron is still on so he can say a couple words. Ron, you're unmuted if you'd like to say something.
Thank you, Amy. This is a surprise. I'm glad I got on for the business meeting, I guess. I would have felt like a real heel. So I enjoy this organization. It's one of the best meetings I attend, and the people are great. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, next we're going to approve the 2020 business meeting minutes. So minutes already sent to everybody. So if you have read it, and please vote. All right, who's gonna make a motion?
This is Amy. I'll move.
Any seconds?
This is Glenn, I'll second.
Greg seconds? Great. All right, is there any discussion? Seems none. Now let's vote. So the vote sequence is going to be changed a little bit. It's not going to be same as before. So I would say all those opposed, please type no in the chat box or question box. All those opposed, please type no in the chat box or question box. Any abstentions? Please type abstentions in the chat or question box. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, I don't see any opposed or abstentions from the chat box. So we have 111, 112 attendees right now, so motions passed. Thank you. Next, treasurer support report.
Thank you, Ben. Can you go to the first slide? Thank you. So our fiscal year is April 1st through March 31st, and that's designed so that we capture all of the income and all of the expenses from each conference. And of course, the conference is our major event. But most of these conferences, the wrap up occurs after the conference is over. So it's necessary for us to kind of review each conference in the following year's business meeting. So if we bounce to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about Lake Placid. So this is the attendees over the last 20 years. You can see on all the way on the right in 2020, we had 171 attendees at Lake Placid. It's a little down from the few prior years, but that's not surprising. It was a little bit of a drive. I think those that made it up there certainly thought it was well worth the event. You can bounce to the next slide. So not only was it a really neat location and venue, it was an outstanding deal for us, a tremendous value. If you look at, again, far on the right, the 2020 conference in Lake Placid, our costs for the conference were similar to what we were paying back in 2009.
So it really, financially was a great event for us as well. And if we go to the next slide, we'll go over the details of the conference. So on the left-hand side is our income and the membership and the registration. So your $200 membership fee is split up between the $40 membership and the rest go into registration. So that's why you see those broken out there. And under that is our sponsorship revenue and our auction raffle, and then finally our curling income. Now the curling event, we did contribute to that, but we had a higher cost, so the society covered some of that as extra cost, and you'll see that in the expense side on the right. So our expenses are fairly typical. Signage for each event is around $300. Our awards and plaques, depending on how many awards in a given year there are, is under $1,000 typically. Our insurance is $550, and it has been that amount for several years. That's related specifically to our event location. So this year we won't actually have that expense since we are not meeting on site. Our waivers for lodging is relatively low compared to past years. I mean, at times it's been 2-3 times that amount. So we're actually saving a little cash there. And then the big nut that, the Crown Plaza, our venue cost, like I said, was significantly lower. And down at the bottom, our curling, the overall cost of was $814 versus the $500 so we spent an extra $300, but that was certainly a fun event for everybody. So overall, we came out ahead over $37,000 for that particular conference. You can bounce to the next slide. These are our non-conference expenses. Obviously, there aren't very many of them over the course of the year, and most of them are scholarship related. Each year we pay a tax filing fee. That's about $850. We maintain a PO box, which I check periodically. I wouldn't say regularly, but periodically. Our Squarespace account, and the other things are scholarship related, NEAPMS, ARF, and then whatever scholarship donations or funds we expend in a given year. Next slide. So this shows you our cash on hand at the end of the fiscal year for the last 6 years. And if you look across at the CD line on the right, you'll see 0 because we did in fact close that CD in 2018 and just rolled that money into our checking account. But if you look also at the 6-year period on the bottom, you'll see that at the end of the fiscal year last year, we were at 61,000 plus, which is the highest we've been in a 6-year period. What's equally important here is that at $61,000, we exceeded our financial strategic goal, which was to have $45,000 in unencumbered funds at the end of the fiscal year. Originally, that goal was set for 2023, so we've met and exceeded that goal in just a single year. So we're doing great on the financial end. And then the last slide. So this is our calendar year-end totals, which I take generally just before the conference starts. On the 5th of January, we had about $72,000 in the account. This morning, we were up over $83,000. Now, normally we'd be looking at a pretty big bill at the conclusion of the conference to pay for the venue, and we won't have that. So we're probably going to be finishing out our fiscal year probably in the neighborhood of $80,000. So financially, we're in outstanding shape, potentially the best shape we've ever been in before. So if you have any questions, please put them in the question box or send me an email, and I'll be happy to answer them for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Glenn, for the outstanding financial report. We're very happy with it. All right, so next I'm going to talk about a scholarship. So this year we support Daniel Weber from SUNY Albany, looking at some aquatic plants control. But then because of some technical issues and a COVID impact, and then he changed his proposal to eDNA detection. So he actually presented posters. If you guys look at it, yesterday he presented, and then you guys can still see the details in our website. So in this coming year, we have 2 proposals under review, both of them from Montclair State University. Kyle Clonan, and actually he just voted to be our student director, and also another from Stephanie Ghetto. These 2 proposals are under review, and the decision will be made next Tuesday at the board meeting. I thank all the committee members, the scholarship committee members, for the review. So if you have students and want to have some scholarship support, just email me and let me know. Thank you. Next slide.
Okay, I'm up again. I assume most of you know that our original plan for this year was to be at the Resort and Conference Center in Hyannis, Massachusetts. As things with COVID progressed over the course of the summer, we were in contact with the venue. Initially, we canceled our on-site September board meeting there, and we continued to talk to them about what their resort plans were and our plans were. And at some point in the fall, we decided that we could not have an in-person conference, and we reached out to the resort and asked them, instead of canceling outright, if they would carry forward our contract for next year. And they were happy to do that without any fees. So we do plan next January to meet at the Resort and Conference Center in Hyannis, Massachusetts on Cape Cod. And one more thing, go to the next slide. When we're asking you to fill out those conference surveys at the end, we really do rely on these when we're talking about new site venues. So please make sure you fill that out, because we'll already start working on our 2023 venue site following the end of this conference. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, everyone. 1 second. Okay, can you see my slides okay?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, perfect. Let's just do this. Okay, so I'm Erica Haug, and today I'm going to be just updating you a little bit on everything that's been going on in APMS from the national level. I will be presenting to you today on behalf of Dr. Ryan Wursel, our APMS president this year. Dr. Wursel wishes he could be here. Unfortunately, he has a very rigorous teaching schedule this spring and was not able to make it. So now's the part in the talk where I talk about last year's amazing meeting and how much fun we had getting together. Unfortunately, APMS was also impacted by the COVID-19 virus. We were not able to have our annual meeting as we normally do in person. However, due to the ingenuity and creativity of the then board led by Dr. Mark Heilman, we were able to have a business meeting, which was held virtually on July 21st. And at that meeting, we were able to confirm a slate of new officers and directors to the board. Again, due to that creativity, we were able to cast our ballots virtually and have a decent meeting and keep our work going. We were also able to recognize our colleagues for their outstanding work in the previous year, in particular Patrick Morin for outstanding research and technical achievement. Honorary membership was given to Linda Nelson and Steve Brewer. No surprise here, the Max McCowan Friendship Award was given to Tom Wormuth. The T. Wayne Miller Distinguished Service Award was awarded to Jeremy Slade. President's Awards went to David Petty and Rob Richardson. And the Outstanding Journal Article of the Year went to Melanie Dunn and Raymond Newman of University of Minnesota. Just a quick plug to students, if you're listening, the APMS meeting, when we do meet in person, has a lot of opportunities for students, including a student tour. We also have free registration, as well as board or housing offered to students that do present either a poster or an oral presentation. And then there's also contests for those posters and oral presentations, as well as the awards that I'll talk about here. So this year, our Outstanding Graduate Student Award went to Gray Turnage of Mississippi State. The Michael D. Netherland Graduate Student Research Grant went to Jens Beets. Jens will be working with Dr. Greg Bugby and Dr. Rob Richardson, and they'll be looking at the effect of biotype on the biology in response to herbicides of aquatic macrophyte species. Specifically, they are looking at Vallisneria as well as the 3 biotypes of hydrilla, including that new one in Connecticut. We also have a student director at the national level, and that is also voted on by the students. And this year they chose Gregory Chorak from Montana State University. Dr. Worsell just wanted me to remind you all that these are our 2017 strategic planning goals. These 4 goals are set to expire this year or to finish up this cycle. Drs. Worsell, Heilman, Thum, and Hardis are working hard on evaluating where we're at with these 4 strategic planning goals and what our goals should be for the next cycle. If you have any comments or thoughts on that, they are all ears, and you can contact them through the APMS website at apms.org/contact us. Just a quick nod to APMS's social media presence. We've had a lot more active social media in the last few years. We have a Facebook page, an Instagram page, and a Twitter account. So if you don't follow us, please do. It's the best way to learn about what's going on in the society as well as the regional chapters. You can see here that Northeast APMS was just advertised a few days ago on the national Facebook page. So just talking about that kind of collaboration between the regional and national groups. There's a couple other examples of collaboration from this year that we wanted to mention. APMS did sponsor a session at the North American Lake Management Society annual meeting in November. They also sponsored a webinar series covering a wide variety of topics over the course of this fall, working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Lastly, we want to know if you have any ideas of other societies we should be collaborating with and how. Again, you can contact APMS through our website at www.apms.org/contact us. While we're talking about the website, there's going to be a complete overhaul of the APMS website this year. So you can keep a lookout for that in the next 4 to 6 months. The APMS website committee will be working with the company called Apex, who hosts our website. And their goals are to make our website more modern, as well as mobile friendly and responsive across a variety of platforms. So you'll be able to access all of that content from anywhere. The new website will provide a lot of the same content as I mentioned. However, it will have a new look. It will hopefully be much more modern, and it will be easier to navigate and renew your membership, as well as see those journal articles, etc. And while we're talking about journals, one of the big news in APMS right now is that this month, January of 2021, is the first month that the Journal of Aquatic Plant Management will not be printed. All of the journal will still come out this month, and all of the articles will be available digitally. There are a lot of benefits to stopping with the printing. In particular, we have the ability to have color photos and figures, and that will now be without large page fees. This will give us a more modern look and the ability to provide more useful supporting materials to people reading those articles. And then important in these uncertain times, the cost of each issue is going to drop by about half. So huge cost savings for the society, which is important. Do want to mention that all of the articles will still be available where they always have been. You'll just need to log into the members only section of the website. Each issue will be marketed digitally, and that will be in the form of an email to all the entire membership, where you will see a table of contents that will look similar to the previous journal. You'll be able to click on those titles and see the abstracts as well as instructions for downloading the full article. Now is when I would be able to talk about the upcoming annual meeting. As we all know, there is a little bit of uncertainty with how this vaccine is going to roll out, and as well as travel plans. APMS did send out a survey to the membership. I believe it was on Tuesday. So please do complete this survey. This is how the board is going to know what your travel capabilities will be, and whether or not you would be open to an in-person meeting or a digital meeting. And that is all I have for today. So thank you.
All right, well, let's move to elections. Next slide, please. So we have nominees for the officers, editors, and also the board members, and also student director, which is already voted yesterday. Amy Smagula sent you guys an email at 9:53 Eastern time today. So there is a link, right? So there's a link for the vote. Please vote. If you want to see the candidates' files, that's in the handouts in the panel. So go to webinar panel, there's handouts, there's 2 handouts over there. One is the nominees information. So if you can read it and then go to the link and then vote for it. Okay, the winners will be announced at the close of the conference. Again, the email is 9:53 Eastern time today. So there's a link.
Ben, we asked our panelists to take a moment to pop on screen and introduce themselves. So if you want to go down the list and call them out, they can share their webcam and say a few words.
Excellent. All right, thank you. So Bo, would you like to start?
Well, sure. Hello there. I really appreciate the chance to be here and to talk with you all. My camera didn't work yesterday, so for those of you, you get to see my profile, my mug profile now. Look, I'm really honored to be considered again and be able to participate and be active with the society once again. I'm not quite sure how I became considered or nominated, but when I was called and asked if I would, it didn't take me long to answer yes if the society and the board felt like I could still be of assistance and help to the society to keep it as professional as that it has been. So for those of you that don't know me, I've been involved with the society since its inception. I was involved in a lot of the meetings when we were trying to put this society together. And I actually served on the first board that we ever had with the society, along with Scott Kishbaugh, that I see he's been nominated to be back on board as well. So Scott, maybe they're telling us something that they want to take some of the older people here and intermix them. And I think it's a great way for us to actually teach and coach and actually learn, probably more learn than anything. So I appreciate it. Everybody have a great day.
Thank you, Bo. Meg, please.
Hi, all. Yep, I'm stepping in. I've taken a deep breath, and luckily I've got Amy's telephone number. So here we go. That's it.
Excellent. I think a lot of people know you already. Thank you. Will, please.
So, yeah, Will Stevenson. Unfortunately, I have Glenn's phone number, but he's got mine. So I was the treasurer when I stepped in to be vice president and president-elect, and offered to step back to be the treasurer for another couple cycles here. Happy to help and keep pushing the society towards financial stability.
Thank you. Will have been involved for a long, long time in the board. Thanks. Emily?
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Emily Mayer. I've been involved with NEAPMS since 2016. I've been involved in a lot of the aquatic plant workshops. As of yesterday, I was the second student director of NEAPMS, who developed a lot of the social media platforms and was responsible for recruiting students. This year, we've had about 27 students register, which is a record for NEAPMS. So I'm excited to take on the lifelong responsibility of editor.
Thank you for stepping up, Emily. All right, Scott, are you here?
You're muted.
You're still muted.
Not yet. No, no.
No, maybe Scott, you can still keep trying. I'll ask Erin to go first and then cycle back then.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Erin Bunny Valrath. I had just started a new position with the New York State DEC as the Lake Champlain Basin Coordinator. And so I work out of the Raybrook office in the Adirondacks, and I've come here from working for 6 years with the Adirondack Park Invasive Plant Program as the AIS Project Coordinator. And so in that role, I know I got to work with many of you on aquatic invasive plant issues. And I've been coming to the NEAPMS conferences, I think, for about 5 or 6 years now, and gotten to present a few times at the conferences. And so I'm excited to be able to be nominated to potentially be one of the board of directors members, and really get a chance to dive in more with the society and helping with future conferences. So thank you for considering me, and I hope to be part of the society going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin, for volunteering. Luke, please.
Hey, can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks, Ben. My name's Luke Gervasi. I'd just like to say thanks for considering me to be nominated on the board of directors. I've been a part of the society and been attending conferences since about 2015 when I was actually a student at SUNY Oneonta in the lake management program. I then spent some time working with the Pond and Lake Connection in Connecticut with one of the New York State prisms on Long Island. And I'm now an ecologist and doing a lot of wetland work and pond and lake work as well with GEI consultants in Huntington on Long Island. Just excited for the opportunity to give back to the society and help in any way that I can. So thanks again for considering me. Hope everyone's doing well too.
Thank you, Luke. Kyle?
Hello. So my name's Kyle. If anybody doesn't know me, I'm a graduate student at Montclair State University, and I also work for the New Jersey Water Supply Authority. I was excited to be nominated by the students at the meeting yesterday. I think Emily has done a great job growing our numbers for this year. It was really exciting to see so many people, and I'm happy that I know her in case I need help taking over things and moving through, as long as I get the votes. So thank you. One of the things I talked about yesterday was maybe trying to start something like a mentorship program, or something more of a group, so undergraduates can get help from graduate students, and all students could get more interaction with everybody in the society more than just once a year. So those are some of the things I've been thinking about, and looking forward to being more involved in the society. Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle. The fresh students, they always have great ideas. So thank you. We're looking forward to working with you. Scott, are you ready?
He's there. I know he's been having some computer issues on and off throughout the day, so it's probably on his end. Oh, it looks like he just unmuted.
All right, Scott, you can go ahead. No, we still cannot hear you. Okay, if you don't mind, Scott, I'm going to just read a little bit about your profile. Scott Kishbaugh babysits his granddaughters most days in the wake of a 34-year career in the New York State DEC Division of Water. Prior to his retirement in 2019, he was chief of the Lake Monitoring Assessment Section for the previous decade. After handing off the reign of the DOWAIS and water quality management activities in 2019. The New York Citizen statewide lake assessment program in 2018, and then New York NEAPMS program in 2015. He was one of the founders of the NEAPMS, serving 2 terms of the board directors and participating in many ways in nearly all conferences and newsletter activities since 2000. So he has done a lot of work for our society and in the New York State. So that if you really want more information, please read the profile in the document. All right, again, please submit your vote through the email links. Are there other business?
Yes, Ben, this is Chris. I have other business.
Great.
Amy, please don't touch anything. I'm going to, all right, I lied. Amy, can you please share my screen? And hopefully you people are going to either see some pictures of Amy or you're going to see some Star Wars stuff. I apologize if you see Star Wars stuff. We were all, the board and all the attendees would just like to give Amy an extra special thank you for basically being the behind the curtain person for this online virtual conference. So with that, I am going to attempt to unmute everybody, and Amy's going to be so mad at me about this, but I don't care. I'm going to unmute everybody. I'm going to give a countdown. I'm going to unmute everybody. And then once I count down 3, 2, 1, everybody shout whatever you want, but hopefully a thank you to Amy. So we're going to start this with the countdown. Okay, let me see. I'm not sure it's working. I have no idea. It says I'm unmuting all the participants, but I'm not sure I am. Yeah, so hold, here we go, here we go. Okay, I clicked yes.
This is why you asked me that question earlier.
It is why I asked you this question, but yeah, it's not showing that everybody's unmuted.
That was very sneaky.
It was. All right, can you unmute everybody because it doesn't seem to be working on my end.
I can unmute everybody.
All right.
Everyone is unmuted.
Oh, okay, great. So 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Amy.
Hey, thank you, Amy. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Sorry for technical glitches along the way.
And just a quick note, I know we're running a few minutes behind, but we're going to give our speakers all of our time since we don't have anything after this. So don't worry, speakers, you will get your allotted time. Thanks, everybody.
Ben, we can't hear you. You're muted.
So easy.
There you go. Start again.
Oh, okay. Before I hand the gavel to Greg, I would like to thank Amy again for doing all those great work, making being present so easy. You know, she did all those work and then remind me doing all these things. So thank you. You know, instead of for me to getting those without her, you know, I got those outgoing nice words, right? You just you saw. I thank you very much. Without you, I probably will get impeached or twice, maybe. So thank you very much. And also thank all the board members for your hard work. Thank you. Greg, here is the gavel. You can get it, right?
I was hoping I could pound that gravel.
Right, I wish you the best.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and it's certainly an honor to have been chosen, and I look forward to serving the society for the next year. And I believe I'm going to be back after the last speaker. Is that correct? Or no?
Yes, you will be.
Okay. Well, let's get on with the next speaker, and I'll see you then.
Greg, you want me to pound this for you?
If you could, yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, so for our upcoming session for the aquatic plant control session, we have for our first speaker is Kara Solwinski, who is a project manager and aquatic biologist in the Northeast with Solitude Lake Management. Kara's experience has focused primarily on development and implementation of regulated multi-stakeholder aquatic plant management programs at large water bodies throughout New England and New York. She received her bachelor's degree in marine biology and environmental science from Roger Williams University. Kara will be presenting a talk on Procellacor experience in the Northeast after 2 to 3 seasons. So take it away, Kara.
Thanks, Emily. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you and see your
okay.
slides.
Cool. Thank you. So as Emily mentioned, I'm going to run through our Procellacor experience in the Northeast after the last 2 to 3 seasons. Right now, that number varies as states have registered Procellacor at different points through its existence. So quick overview of what we are going to run through today. So just kind of some experience highlights from our treatments throughout New England as well as New York. And kind of the lessons learned that we have gotten from those treatments, as well as potential future lessons that we hope we can gain. So a quick state overview. You know, we have touched everything from Maine to New York at least once. And, you know, all of those sites have varied both target species wise and obviously configuration and that sort of thing. So as you can see, New Hampshire really takes the cake. A lot of credit to Amy for really supporting the Procellacor movement when it kind of came out. So we've done 60 treatments to date in New Hampshire for primarily variable water milfoil, but throughout New England, we've done Eurasian variable as well as some hybrid sites in Vermont. So starting with Maine, we have Kabasi Lake up in Winthrop. It's about 1,400 acres. This project, as well as the next one, were done in coordination with John McFedrin of Maine DEP. And so in 2019, approximately the end of July, we treated a 4-acre site at the Lakeside Lodge and Marina for Eurasian water milfoil. So as you can see on the map, it was a pretty heavily used area with all of those docks. Those 2 yellow circles are herbicide residue sample sites. And so this treatment was done using a aluminum skiff as well as a backpack sprayer while walking up and down the docks. So this next site, Annabessacook Lake, also in the Winthrop area, about 5,500 acres, was actually treated for variable water milfoil this past August. So a pretty larger scale treatment, approximately 91 acres, but scattered throughout 14 different treatment areas. And those areas themselves ranged from about a quarter of an acre to about 41 acres. So you know, pretty sizable and pretty small, so definitely varying configurations. John was kind enough to share this post-treatment survey video with us. And so certainly as the video plays, you can see the dead milfoil stems that are still kind of leaning over within the water column, but as well as the native plant growth, as well as some algae that are still present. So there's some lilies there, and so those did get a little bit banged up as anticipated for the treatment area. So big thanks to John for sharing that video for everybody to see. And so as I mentioned, for New Hampshire, we had a lot of different sites to choose from. And so I chose to focus on one that we actually had some challenges with because I felt it was pretty interesting. So Back Bay is an area of Winnipesaukee in Wolfboro. And so the treatment area was about 33 acres, and that's about the size of the whole entire cove as well. So as you can see, that pink area was our treatment area, and that little finger cove to the west side of it is actually called Frog Pond. And so because of some concerns about post-treatment water use restrictions, the treatment was scheduled for September of 2018, and that entire area was treated. So those blue lines that you can see were the actual treatment tracks. And so unfortunately in 2019, we did see some milfoil regrowth throughout some of those areas that were treated. And so in 2020, in June, we proceeded with another treatment. It's a little bit smaller this time, only about 25 acres. And really, you know, those treatment lines are much more condensed than the first time, and a smaller separate boat was actually used for that Frog Pond portion, so that a spray pump on board the boat as well as a backpack could be used to apply the product. So for Massachusetts, we treated Otis Reservoir, which is out in the Berkshires. It's about 1,100 acres. Pretty long, has some smaller coves throughout it. And so in 2019, we actually treated this northern cove highlighted with that orange box. It's about a 10-acre cove here, shown here. Pretty high use area, has a lot of boat traffic, a lot of docks, a lot of boats that are moored out there, and you know, is kind of rocky in some areas, which you can kind of see on that satellite image. And so that entire cove was treated. We saw great success in 2019, and during survey efforts in 2020, there was no milfoil observed through that area. So moving forward to 2020, there was actually a smaller area kind of along the middle southwestern shoreline that had a spot of Eurasian milfoil growing. So it's along this kind of cove here behind this island, as highlighted by the orange box. And basically, there was just some Eurasian growing, some scattered stems, but they were probably in about 6 to 8 feet of water. That is a state boat ramp right next to it that you can see, that gray area. There's a campground in the state forest and everything. So certainly another higher use area with some concerns for spreading. Moving forward to Connecticut, Bashan Lake in East Haddam is about 273 acres. So in 2018, we worked with Greg Bugby, and as you can see from his map, the areas in green or shaded green there were our treatment areas for 2018. So it was definitely a later treatment, early October, and it was about 13 acres scattered over 8 different areas. But as you can kind of see, there's 3 of them that are pretty offshore, you know, subject to a lot of dilution and in some deeper waters. That one along the southwestern shoreline was approaching the 20-foot contour. So, you know, we tackled those for Greg and saw pretty good success, because this year, or 2020, we treated again for Greg and the group there at Bashan, and this was this year's map. So as you can see, if I go back and forth between the 18 map and the 20, those 3 offshore areas did not need to be retreated, which was really important, knowing that they had been a challenging spot to manage in general. So big success there for sure. This year's or 2020's areas were pretty small, 6 areas, and it was really only like 5 or so acres. Moving on to another water body in Connecticut, Woodridge Lake in Goshen. It's about 388 acres. And this year they decided to proceed with treating their Eurasian water milfoil. So in late August, about 115 acres were treated. So you can not only see on that map the treatment area outline, but as well as the individual milfoil points that were taken about 11 days before treatment. So, pretty heavily residential shoreline development. The boat ramp and marina area are in the southeastern corner of the lake, so that southern area A. And this map now shows the past 3 seasons of the point survey data for Eurasian water milfoil. So the black dots show no milfoil present, green show where milfoil is dominant, or green show where it's present, and red show where it's dominant. So 18, 19, and 20. As you can see, 18, kind of scattered growth. 19, definitely a pretty significant increase. And this year in 2020, after the Purcellacor treatment, there was absolutely none found at any of those survey points, which I think is pretty impactful, knowing that no part of the western shoreline was treated, and there was still no milfoil observed over there. Moving on to New York, some of you may have seen Dr. Mark Heilman present previously at various conferences on Snyder's Lake in North Greenbush, but it was the first Purcellacor treatment in the state of New York. So June of 2019, the 13th, that day was a pretty rainy day and not exactly pleasant by any means, but treated about 27 acres, that orange area you can see on the map. It extended about 200 feet from the shoreline, and we stopped it about 500 feet from the outlet to comply with downstream modeling for New York. The blue dots that you can see are the fall of 2018 milfoil points from the survey efforts, whereas the yellow points show no milfoil at the survey points. So all around a big success. I was there later in 2019 with some of the CPRO staff, and we did not see any milfoil stems, and as far as we know, things are still great out there. More recently, in 2020, our New York staff treated Minerva Lake up in the Adirondack Park. It's about 80 acres. So for those of you familiar with the Adirondack Park, herbicide treatment for Eurasian water milfoil is not a common activity. Most times they just spend their efforts on dash services. And so again, the blue dots show where the milfoil was present in fall of 2019. As well as the red dot, and yellow shows no presence and is definitely the deeper areas of Minerva. So as a result of that, we scheduled treatment for June 5th, and it was a perfect day. Absolutely beautiful out there and no breeze, and ideal for sure. So the treatment area was about 41 acres, and shown in purple here, really those higher use areas and higher density milfoil areas. This picture is care of Glenn Sullivan himself. He spent a lot of time up at Minerva for this treatment, and this was a stem of milfoil that he found shortly after the treatment effort. I have no post-season 2020 report map to show anyone, as there was no milfoil observed at any of the survey points. Moving on to Vermont. These are a little bit more exciting for me personally, as I've been more involved. So Lake Morey is in Fairleigh, Vermont. It's about 550 acres. And so at the end of 2018, they saw a pretty significant uptick for what they're used to in their milfoil frequency of occurrence and percent cover. They hadn't treated for a couple of years, so they went into 2019, anticipating Purcellacor's registration in Vermont, and we're excited to try it. So we were out there June 11th. We treated 41 acres as shown in black on this map, and covered a significant amount of the shoreline for Morey. The littoral zone drops off pretty quickly. As you can see, it's relatively narrow by that dotted line, and that wider northern area, treatment area is where their legacy milfoil has been a challenge. So, fast forward the end of 2019, and we saw exactly what we wanted to see in terms of survey point data, but there was one slight outlier. We were there in July, which we didn't see any milfoil post-treatment, but then when we were there in September, which is this middle map, there were about a dozen plants that we observed. You know, they were pretty small and definitely newer growth. Fast forward to the end of this year, and that growth expanded much more than we expected it to this year. And so that's what the right-hand map is. So they are going into 2021 planning for another application. This was the growth in that northern area this past September. You know, just to give everybody a true visual, I apologize, it's a little fuzzy because it's through my polarized lenses, but you know, the milfoil is definitely there and noticeable. Moving on to Lake Hortonia on the other side of Vermont. It's about 500 acres, and Hortonia has had not only Eurasian but hybrid water milfoil for about almost the last 10 years. The milfoil prior to that as well, but that's when the hybrid was identified. So in 2019, we treated the middle of June, we treated about 44 acres as shown in black on that map. And, you know, we certainly had some potential concerns going into that. The western basin of Hortonia is pretty shallow, whereas the eastern basin is pretty deep. And that middle treatment area was subject to probably more flow than we could have anticipated. But, you know, we weren't really sure what was going to happen. Again, another perfect treatment day. It was beautiful. And Darren Freshwater Institute actually does their survey efforts in the fall. So Larry Eichler and his staff are responsible for these maps. And so as you can see from 2018 to 2019, those milfoil abundances absolutely disappeared, which was exciting because that certainly decreased more than just in areas that we treated. So fast forward to 2020, we treated 2 other areas in Hortonia that had other growth. So about 22.5 acres, again, the middle of June. And, you know, once again, Larry's map from comparing 19 to 20 shows a pretty good decrease in the treatment areas. But as you'll see, kind of in the northeastern areas on the map, the red and orange dots are kind of more appearing over there. And that's where we did renovate in 2018, but they get on average about a 1.5 years post-treatment year of control from renovate because of their hybrid population. Last but not least, in terms of highlighting, I think probably the most interesting was Lake Pineo in Quechee, Vermont. So it's about 43 acres. And this 2020 marked their first treatment ever. It was a long-awaited process. It's been through the permitting process for quite some time now. That map there shows, you know, it's a completely privately owned pond at the Quechee Club, for those of you familiar with that area. You know, surrounded by a golf course. And so milfoil was found in there and is assumed to be introduced in 2012 after Hurricane Irene flooded it. And so this was their survey point milfoil density in 2019. So pretty much every single survey point, with the exception of a couple, had milfoil present. So, you know, we knew we were in it for the long haul here. And so fast forward to this June, we did not have a permit in hand yet, but this is what conditions looked like. And so it was really interesting because when I was there this day, I certainly was not expecting, you know, stems and flowers mid-June, certainly a little bit too early for Vermont. But from what I understand, the plants never fell the previous winter. So they were pretty high within the water column for a majority of the cold water months. And, you know, they were ready. So this was the day of treatment, as seen from the boat. Not a great look by any means. So moving forward, September 8th is when we treated. And so these are some photos. I know it's probably hard to see on everybody's screens. You know, it's not up on a projector and they're relatively small to begin with, but you can definitely see the milfoil was still topped out, hadn't gone anywhere by the time we were treating. A couple weeks later, I was there on the 22nd, and this was the conditions then. Some of it had fallen, some of it had not, you know, kind of mixed bag depending on where you were in the treatment areas. So this is actually what was happening with the plants that day that I was there on the 22nd. The leaflets were just peeling right off and the stems were just immediately snapping at all of the nodes. So definitely some impact, although the plants were still green and not that potential black color that most people may have experienced post-Procelcor. So again, these were the September 8th photos from the day of treatment. And these were the October 22nd photos from when we were there for the post-treatment survey. So, you know, the plants had finally fallen, certainly something we expected to go a little bit slower because of the seasonal timing, but it was a significant improvement. So, you know, again, those June photos and then the same vantage point from October. So pretty meaningful. So really, what have we learned here? I think a lot of things for sure. I think first and foremost from not only potentially Back Bay, but Lake Maury as well, that treatment timing is probably needs to be dialed in a little bit more than we probably anticipated, you know, based on previous use assumptions and patterns from other herbicides. You know, you really need to think about, is there enough active plant growth, or has enough plant growth really germinated at this point? In addition to that, how your treatment areas are configured. You know, I think that, yes, we've always kept in mind dilution and that sort of thing, but because Procelcor has such a short contact time, I think it's probably more crucial than it was before. You know, hand in hand with that goes dosing for your target species. You know, I've certainly seen some mixed results a little bit on the hybrid water milfoil in Vermont because of some dosing stuff. And then your average depth, you know, that middle picture that you're looking at right now with Procelcor going into the water and those milfoil stems is at Lake St. Catherine in Vermont. And that area is probably about 10 to 15 feet deep. So you really need to make sure that your application methods are appropriate and that you're using good drop hoses that are really getting the product down onto those plants and it isn't just sitting on the surface. So, you know, what can we still potentially learn from all of this? You know, I think, as I said before, that treatment timing, but in addition to that, the dosing, you know, are we able to still go in at somewhat of an early-ish time and maybe tweak our dosing a little bit? You know, the treatment area sizing, I think that part goes both ways as well. Like, can you not only go the small end of things and see what your success is, because certainly the efficacy there could be much more financially feasible for groups as opposed to sending in divers or putting down bottom barriers, but on the large scale side of things too, you know, it's like really how can we maximize what we're doing in some areas. We certainly have large water bodies throughout the Northeast that could appreciate that. Species susceptibility, you know, not only the milfoil species, but the natives as well, the floating leaf species, as well as coontail. You know, it's a mixed bag on what we've seen. And I think that, you know, based on their proximity to the treatment area and the dosing, I think, you know, that remains to be seen as to, you know, what kind of thresholds we have to work with. And then in addition to that, all of us can probably pay more attention to sites that we have, not only with Procelcor, but any herbicide we're using, to sites that require some sort of follow-up treatment. Like, there's got to be some sort of defining or similarity between all of them that we can identify and, you know, move forward individually, as a group, whatever, to say, okay, hey, well, you know, I learned this from this treatment, that sort of thing. So yeah, I think that we all still have plenty to learn, and certainly open to any questions that anybody may have, but big thanks to everybody who was involved with all those projects that I mentioned. Certainly wouldn't be where we are today without any of us.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you for your presentation. It looks like we have a couple of questions in the chat. One from Heather Desco. Were there any negative impacts on native and non-target species?
So I guess, Heather, depends what you're going to define as negative. We definitely saw throughout all of our treatments, some of the floating leaf species definitely got impacted as anticipated. You know, some of them are on the Procelcor label as specifically impacted, water shield, and, you know, based on what else we know about the product and CPRO's info that they have, you know, alluded to and shared with all of us, the floating leaf species, the lilies as well. But we've seen a range. It depends on, you know, when it was treated, if it was early in the season, later. But the lilies definitely bounce back, just like when you were conducting a sonar treatment program, that sort of thing. So The other one that we've seen variation on is coontail. And I know I've chatted with Ken Wagner previously about coontail, and he has his own suspicions about variation in species of coontail throughout the Northeast, just because of its response from prior treatments of other herbicides.
Okay, and we have time for one more quick question from Ken Wagner. Why was the one Vermont treatment done so late?
We did that one, Ken, because the permit got issued so late. So that client has been in the permitting process for about the last 5 years. And so they were pretty anxious in, getting the product in the water and making some moves. There was a lot of public ongoing with it as well. So it was definitely something that, they wanted done regardless.
Okay, thank you so much, Kara. All right, so for our next speaker, it is with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Farrell. Dr. Farrell earned his bachelor's degree and master's degree in plant and soil science from the University of Kentucky in 1998 and 2000, and a PhD in weed science from University of Georgia in 2003. He joined the University of Florida as an assistant professor in 2004 with responsibilities in weed management and herbicide stewardship. In the time since, he has attained the rank of associate professor in 2009 and professor 2014. Dr. Farrell became the director of the University of Florida's Center for Aquatic and Invasive Plants in 2017, where he helps coordinate and promote invasive plant research and extension activities throughout the UF Institute of Food and Agriculture Sciences. In 2019, he took leadership of the IFAS Pesticide Information Office, which directs pesticide licensing and testing and extension outreach activities for pesticide safety and compliance. Dr. Farrell has chaired or co-chaired 22 graduate students and published over 100 referred journal articles in his career. He currently serves as editor of the Journal of Aquatic Plant Management and sits on the board of directors of the Aquatic Plant Management Society. Today, Dr. Farrell will be presenting a talk on understanding the glyphosate controversy. Take it away, Dr. Farrell.
Thank you, Emily. I wish I would have sent you a much shorter bio. That was too much for anybody to have to endure. But thank you, Northeast APMS. I appreciate the opportunity and the invite to be here with you today. And I appreciate the topic. I believe it's very important. So what we're going to be talking about today is glyphosate and the controversy that surrounds it. And I believe this is still a timely and helpful topic. For some reason, my webcam isn't picking up, but as long as you can hear me and see my slides, I think we're just going to go with it. So, all right, so what's the deal? What's going on with glyphosate? And so let's just sort of set the stage here. I think we're all aware that glyphosate is the active ingredient in Roundup and the whole suite of different named herbicides. We use them exclusively and extensively in lots of different areas. And the reason for that is it is a very flexible and extremely helpful material. So some people would say it's kind of a 1 in a million or a 1 in a billion type herbicide. And I would say that it's probably a once and forever herbicide. I don't know that we'll ever have anything that is as flexible and as useful as glyphosate ever again. There's a lot of reasons for this flexibility and why it is used everywhere from cornfields to cattails in aquatic situations to crack and crevice weed control in sidewalks. And here's just a small list. It's non-volatile, it doesn't have an odor, it's non-staining, it's highly effective, it's inexpensive, it's just always there doing the work that you need it to do. But when you look at the amount of glyphosate that's being used in the country, and this is just ag use, by the way, this doesn't include natural area use, but ag use by far dominates the market. When you look at it, it has just steadily climbed. You know, it was fairly low in the early 90s, but we are now up to 250 million pounds every year being applied. And these are 2014 numbers. I'm assuming that we're even beyond that now.
So this product is going out on thousands and thousands of acres, multiple applications a year in some scenarios. And even though I would think most all of us who are plant managers would sit here and say, yeah, we've used glyphosate for a long time. We're comfortable with it. We know it's not one to be afraid of. We still have to sit back as responsible citizens and say, anything that we're using at 250 million pounds a year, we need to be really critical and scientific in our thinking and ask ourselves a real question. And we don't need to be afraid of questions like this. But the question I ask myself and others is, we rely on it. It's a huge part of a lot of programs, but are we killing ourselves in the process? So we have got to, as scientists, grapple with this question, have in our mind where we stand on it, and not just rely on what we have been taught by others or what we have been told by others, that glyphosate has a completely clean tox package and there's never any reason to ever be concerned. So what I want to do in this presentation today is address this question. And I want to go through the data with you, and I want you to draw your own conclusion by the time we get to the end about where you personally stand with respect to glyphosate and your use of that material. So I think it's important that I don't believe that we need to start all the way back in 1970 with the patent or the 1976 labeling of the material as a herbicide, but everything changed in March of 2015 with the World Health Organization's ruling. So this is when everything became different. And there are times in your life where you remember where you are or where you were when certain things occurred, like, where were you when the O.J. Simpson verdict was read and those types of things. But I actually remember where I was when I read this article, because it shocked me that the World Health Organization, one of the most reputable organizations in the world, had come out and elevated glyphosate to a class 2A probable carcinogen. I said, boy, this changes things, and I have got to put away what I have been taught, and I got to get into the data and find out why did they make this ruling. So let's get into it. So what happened? Well, on March of 2015, it was the IARC that reclassified glyphosate. All right, and that's an important thing that we need to keep in our mind. It was the IARC that did this. So who are they and what do they do? Well, the IARC is the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And this is a branch within the World Health Organization. And not only are they a branch, they're a very insulated branch and almost totally autonomous. They don't seem to really answer to the World Health Organization. But what their role and purpose is to conduct and coordinate research into the causes of cancer. So what they do is they look for groupings, and it's usually within occupational guidelines. So for example, they'll do a huge national or international survey of people that work for a dry cleaners, for example. And they go and they start looking within those populations of individuals that work for the dry cleaner. Is there an elevated cause of cancer? Is there an elevated likelihood of cancer within this population that is higher than the normal rest of the world? Because if there is, there may be a chemical or something that they are interacting with in their job that could be causing cancer. And then they try to identify that. So it's a very noble role that the IARC plays, and that's how they work. So it was the IARC that started looking at glyphosate and groups of managers and glyphosate users, and they believed that there was a risk here. So they elevated it to, as I indicated earlier, to a class 2A probable carcinogen. But now we need to ask, what is a probable carcinogen? What does that even mean? Well, we need to understand that probable doesn't mean likely, all right? What they mean by a probable carcinogen means that there is limited evidence of carcinogenicity in humans and sufficient evidence in experimental animals. This is a critical point, and I want everybody to make sure that you get this. No one in the world is saying or claiming that glyphosate causes cancer in humans. There is simply not enough evidence to make that claim. All the IARC is saying is that there is sufficient evidence that it causes cancer in rats and mice models and in laboratory experiments. If there was sufficient evidence that it causes cancer in humans, then it would be a class 1 known carcinogen. So make sure you are aware. No one in the world, even the IARC, no one in the world says that it causes cancer in humans. The data don't support that. However, even with them saying that there is sufficient evidence for cancer in experimental animals, other similar organizations and agencies across the world have vociferously disagreed with that classification. The EPA twice has rerun their analysis and said, we see no linkage between glyphosate and cancer. The European Food Safety Authority, which is the European Union, they published a very comprehensive review that says they don't find that it causes cancer, and they say, and I quote, EFSA concluded that glyphosate is unlikely to pose a carcinogenic hazard to humans. Okay, so there is no linkage to humans at all. But not only was it EPA and EFSA, Health Canada, South Korea, Australia, France, Germany, Switzerland, Brazil, Japan, and New Zealand have all independently, with the same data sets, made a conclusion that there is no linkage between glyphosate and cancer. So what's the deal? What's going on? Why is IARC on one side and refusing to change their position, and the rest of the world is on the other side? What's going on? Well, the primary reason for this is how the evaluations were conducted and what questions were being asked. And again, this is a very important thing to understand. IARC was assessing hazard. They were asking, is harm possible? Under any scenario, is it ever possible that glyphosate could be harmful? EPA and the rest of the world, they analyze risk. And basically their risk is hazard times exposure, right? So risk is asking, is harm likely? When you consider how risky that material is or how hazardous the material is, and then how much exposure we are expecting, we can then analyze how concerned we need to be. IARC is not considering use rates, exposure, environmental fate, or anything else. They're just asking, is it ever possible under any scenario? Now, when you analyze hazard, you are going to have a high hit rate. So here is an article from an investigative report done through Reuters. And what they found was the IARC, after over 40 years, they've assessed almost 1,000 molecules, and they've only found one that was probably not likely to cause cancer. Now, the reason for this is because when you are assessing hazard, almost everything gets put into that list, right? I mean, if you breathe pure oxygen, 100% oxygen for long enough, it can cause great damage to your body. So it's about both hazard, but also exposure. So that is why the fact that they weren't considering exposure is one of the things that elevated glyphosate in their analysis. Now, which way is right? Is it more appropriate to do risk or hazard? So what's the best way of doing it? I would say that there is no best way. Both are effective. Both are good ways of addressing this question. You just need to understand that hazard and risk are very different, And that is one of the primary reasons there is so much controversy between the rest of the world and IARC. But what is a probable carcinogen really? All right, we've already said that it by definition means that there's limited evidence that it causes cancer in humans, but sufficient evidence that it causes cancer in experimental animals. But what does that really mean? So what are some probable carcinogens? So let's start by looking at some known carcinogens. All right, this is a 2A known carcinogen. Alcoholic beverages. I didn't know that was on there, but it not only is it a known carcinogen, it's actually a pretty bad one. It's liver, mouth, tongue, throat, esophagus, stomach. There's a lot of cancers associated with alcoholic beverages, unfortunately. But asbestos, tobacco, sunlight. So all of these things are known carcinogens, and I think we would all nod in agreement that that these should be on the list. So let's look at some probable carcinogens. Well, the IARC says glyphosate should be here. None of the rest of the world agree, but IARC says it should. So what else is on the list? Well, worker exposure to hair care products. If you work in a salon, there's things in there that they've said are probable carcinogens. Consumption of red meat is a probable carcinogen, as well as consuming beverages heated to greater than 165 degrees. Now, this does not say consumption of coffee. It says consumption of any hot beverage. These are probable carcinogens. Now, I'm not showing you this so that you shake your head and go, oh, what a bunch of hooey. I drink coffee every day. I eat red meat commonly. If glyphosate's on the same list as them, then why am I even wearing PPE? That's not why this is here. Every pesticide must be used properly and in accordance with the label. And if any manager hearing this presentation does not feel that way, then that's a real black mark, not only on our industry, but on your organization in particular. But the reason I'm showing these things is so you can have a context. What is a probable carcinogen? We're hearing a lot, glyphosate causes cancer. First off, that is not true. No one in the world is saying that. And number two, this is the list that glyphosate stacks up against if it is actually even a type 2A probable carcinogen.
5 minutes.
Well, with all of this, California's Office of Environmental Health Assessment, they have adopted the position that glyphosate is a carcinogen. They've listed it here. And what this office is basically California's own EPA, and they have quite a bit of authority within the state of California. Well, if they classify it as a carcinogen, then it falls under Proposition 65. And that means that there have to be warning labels. If you ever go to California, as John Madsen can clearly attest, you are going to see these Proposition 65 warning labels all over the place. You see them in airports, you see them at Disney, and boy, there's a Prop 65 warning label on just about everything in that state. All right, so California was moving to add warning labels to glyphosate. However, in February of 18, a court stepped in and blocked it. It was a California court. And this was the ruling from Judge William Shub when he blocked allowing glyphosate to fall under Prop 65. And this is what he said in his opinion: that a cancer warning would be misleading at best, considering that a reasonable consumer would not understand that a substance is known to cause cancer when only one health organization found that, and virtually all other government agencies have found no evidence of cancer. What Judge Shub is saying is just because the IARC said it doesn't make it so. All right? You have to look at the preponderance of evidence and the fact that every other organization in the world says it doesn't cause cancer. You can't just default and cherry pick and go with IARC and ignore the other. So based on that, Judge Shub blocked it and said Prop 65 does not fit in this scenario. However, it came back up again, and then EPA in August of 19 issued a very strong statement saying that it would actually, if you put warning labels on a product like this, that it would actually constitute false labeling and that it will not be allowed. No state was allowed that level of jurisdiction over pesticides. So EPA put their hand down very, very strong on this issue. And then again, it kept flipping through the courts. Again, in June of 2020, it came up again and it was struck down for a second time in a second California court that you cannot put warning labels. So when people say glyphosate causes cancer, the California courts have shown there is not sufficient evidence for it to come under the jurisdiction of Prop 65. But then how does that square with the fact that Monsanto Bayer have been sued and they have lost cases in California, and juries have awarded these exceedingly large settlements up to $2 billion in one situation? So how can one court in California say that glyphosate was responsible for cancer and another court say that it doesn't even fall under the jurisdiction of Prop 65 because there's no evidence of carcinogenicity? Well, that is a huge issue. That is a big legal argument that I am simply not skilled enough to break apart. But what I have read about the proceedings of the court cases where the plaintiffs were awarded large settlements, they said that the juries were strongly swayed by a discussion of the Monsanto papers. All right. The Monsanto papers were basically these internal Monsanto memos that indicated Monsanto employees were ghostwriting these articles and were basically being very devious, and they were bringing up concerns like big tobacco. Remember how big tobacco knew for years that tobacco caused cancer, and they continued to brush it under the rug. They said Monsanto has done the same thing. Well, when that occurred, EPA, when the Monsanto papers became public information, the EPA and EFSA said, hey, stop everything. If there is a cover up here, if there's impropriety, we want to know. So the EFSA in particular had all the Monsanto papers shipped to them. They did a full investigation, and this is their report. In their report, they said EFSA can confirm that even if the allegations regarding ghostwriting were true, there would be no impact on the overall assessment presented by EFSA. The reason for that is that there are only 2 papers out of over 700 that would actually fall under suspicion from ghostwriting. So even if you take those 2 papers out, the ruling by the EFSA still stands that there is not sufficient evidence that glyphosate is a carcinogen. All right, so basically the EFSA and the
Dr. Farrell, you might want to start wrapping up. Any last few comments?
I'm real close.
Okay.
What they're saying is not only is there no fire, there's not even any smoke. All right. However, Bayer went ahead and settled, paid out $11 billion. So why did they do it? Is this a show of guilt? Maybe. You can decide if you think that's a showing of guilt. Others would say they were just trying to expedite the 95,000 cases that were waiting and pending in court, and they were just trying to put it behind them and move on. So where does this leave us? Well, it leaves us with the fact that glyphosate is still registered by the EPA and the states, meaning it is fully legal to purchase and apply. However, many municipalities have already banned it. So should you continue to use glyphosate in your operations? And I will say that it's a legal option, right? It is still registered by the EPA, but depending on where you are and who you're working with, you need to use wisdom and judgment. I think you have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Yes, you can use it, but is the PR issue surrounding it going to be such that it's not worth it in the end? And that is going to be a situation by situation deal that you have to face as a company or as a state agency using this material. So I hope this helps clarify a little bit, and I'm happy to take a question if there are any.
We have one question, but I think Amy, can we send this to him so he can respond to
We
it
can do
later?
that. Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Farrell. Okay, our final presenter for NEAPMS will be Dr. John Madsen, who is a research biologist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Agriculture Research Service, Invasive Species, and Pollinator Health Research Unit on the campus of University of California, Davis. Previously, he was a faculty member at Mississippi State University for 10 years and a research biologist with the U.S. Army Engineer Research and Development Center. Dr. Madsen has a Bachelor's of Science degree from Wheaton College, from Wheaton, Illinois, and a Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees in Botany from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Today, he will be presenting a talk titled Herbicide Trials with Brazilian Egeria densa, for management in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River. I hope I pronounced that right. So take it away, Dr. Madsen.
So I think I'm going to need some help here to show my screen.
We can see your screen.
You can? Okay.
Yes.
You've got one up on me then. There we go. Oh,
there you go.
So as was mentioned, I'll be talking about Brazilian Elodea in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. It's a pleasure to speak to you from California, where nothing is safe. And I really appreciate Dr. Farrell's talk. We take that to heart out here. So let's see if I can. Okay, I've somehow messed this up.
There's sometimes a pause.
Yeah. Let's see here. Can you see that now? See that change?
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
Yes.
So the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta is formed by the confluence of the Sacramento River from the north, the San Joaquin River from the south, as well as a number of other tributaries from the east. This is the hub of water transport in California, the nexus, as it were. And the water is pumped from the Delta into the California Water Project in Tracy. So this is a huge deal in California. Water is kind of a big thing out there. This is also, however, the largest freshwater estuary on the West Coast. It's used to irrigate 4 million acres of Central Valley cropland, provides drinking water for 25 million people. It's used for recreational boating and for commercial shipping. It's habitat for all sorts of fish and wildlife species. And for the purposes of this talk, the most important thing is that it's habitat for 56 rare, threatened, or endangered species, including the Delta smelt. So that impacts everything we do in the Delta. The Delta, because it's a shallow water that's fairly clear, it has a lot of aquatic plants growing on them. Some of them are native, but there are 11 different species of non-native invasive species. The most significant being water hyacinth as a floating plant, and Brazilian Egeria densa, that I'll refer to from now on as Egeria. That's the main submersed weed. So Egeria is evergreen perennial submersed plant. It has green shoots throughout the year. It does form winter buds, but predominantly it's stems that lay on the bottom that resprout each year. At least they typically do. It is native to South America. It was introduced for the aquarium trade. It has a very patchy distribution throughout the US, but where it does grow, it forms very dense monospecific stands. Now, nationwide, or when I'm talking in California, I refer to this as Trotus, the rest of the United States. The most widely used herbicides other than fluridone are complex copper or diquat or combination of the two. The Boating and Waterways started an official program on Agarria in 2001. It was pretty small because this is a 68,000 acre water body. So they were treating, 160, 170 acres in 2001, split evenly between fluridone and diquat. And they used diquat like they did fluridone for a number of years, but they started getting a lot of pushback from the Endangered Species Services, the National Marine Fisheries Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They had concerns about potential impact on endangered species, particularly the Delta smelt. So they, beginning in 2006, the only herbicide they used was, in fact, the fluridone. So you can see they're treating an awful lot, 3,000 acres or so each year with granular fluridone. Now, and when I say they're treating, that means that each acre is treated up to 16 times, once each week for 16 weeks during that year to ensure that there's enough herbicide in the water to treat the weed. So it's a pretty intensive effort. Oops. When we're talking about managing submerged weeds with herbicide, the most important thing to consider is the concentration exposure time of that herbicide in the water around the plants. The concentration has to be high enough to be toxic to the plants. That is, the plant can take up enough for it to be toxic. And the plants also require a certain exposure depending on the herbicide. For some herbicides, it's very short, a matter of hours, like diquat. And for other herbicides, it's very long, like let's say 60 days for fluridone. Whether you're using a granular or a liquid, the water with the herbicide has to remain around the plant for sufficient time. So anything to cause the herbicide to move off, whether it be simple diffusion or mass flow like currents, tidal activity, wind-driven water movement, or temperature inversions will all affect how long the water is around that plant. So how do we figure this out? Well, I don't have a nice picture of nice, clean aquaria with somebody in a lab coat treating plants like they do at the Corps of Engineers Waterways Experiment Station. And that's where a lot of this work was first done. But out in California, we have our mesocosm. So you do some sort of a small scale study. You do a range of herbicide concentrations and different exposure times and look at how much control you get. And I'll be coming back to this study in a bit. I'm just explaining how we know about these concentration exposure time relationships. Flowing water is problematic for treating submerged weeds. So you need to come up with different strategies of how to extend that contact time. You can use barriers. You can use a short contact time herbicide like diquat or copper. You can use granular formulations to extend the release time. You can time it to a time when there's lower flow and the water hangs around more. And you can do meter treatments. And so, for instance, in irrigation systems in the West, the most common treatment is to meter the herbicide in at the upflow end and let it trickle down. And you meter it in for however long you want that exposure time. So for our Agarria mesocosm trial. We have 50 tanks. We put 4 pots of Agaria into each tank. The plants were grown for 4 weeks, and then we treated all the herbicide treatments are static treatments for 10 weeks. And in each case, we used a liquid formulation. And then after 10 weeks, we harvested the plants and dried and weighed them, and so on, to get biomass. So I tested these 10 herbicides. I won't read the list off because I don't want to take up that much of my time, but you can see the 10 herbicides we tested. Please do note that I separately tested the potassium salt of endothol and the dimethylamine salt of endothol. And hereafter, I'm going to call them aquathol and hydrothol so I don't trip over my own tongue. I did not test, and I'll probably get in trouble with somebody for this, I didn't test 2,4-D or triclopyr because as auxins, I didn't think they'd be particularly effective. And I only had enough tanks to do 10 herbicides. Glyphosate and imazapyr have no activity in water, so I didn't think they were worth looking at. The peroxides are predominantly controlling algae. And then topramazone, that's one, there are times I wish I tried it anyway, but topramazone requires a very long exposure time. And I didn't think it worthwhile to test another product with a long exposure time requirement. So here's our results. Please note that the plants, the herbicides that provided excellent control, that is more than 80% control, were copper, diquat, fluridone, and the dimethylamine formulation of endothol or hydrothol 191. This is probably not a big surprise because copper and diquat are the most commonly used contact herbicides for Agaria control throughout the country. And of course, they use fluridone as well. Unfortunately, the services will not allow us to use copper or hydrothol in the Delta for concerns over fish mortality. So we can't even, I think we mentioned copper to the services, they'd start crying and hide under their desk because that would be a microaggression in the state of California, I think. So we're left with diquat and fluridone. They only allow us to use enough for 150 acres of treatment of diquat. Now, we're talking about 68,000 acres, and there's probably 20,000 acres of Agaria. So that's a rather unfortunate restriction. So here we are. This is a list of these herbicides, again, ranked from highest control to lowest control. I already mentioned the top 4. Surprisingly, carfentrazone had good efficacy, 69%. Unfortunately, it's not labeled in the state of California as yet, and it has irrigation issues. The Delta has over 200 water outtakes for local irrigation. So that's a real problem if we're trying to control Agaria. Aquathol K, contrary to conventional wisdom, we had 62% control. So I was very surprised with this. In fact, I questioned the results more than once, and my technician got mad at me. But this is just so contrary to conventional wisdom. So I decided this one was worth looking at more, and particularly because it has an irrigation label as Cascade, and it is already approved for use in our biological opinion. Things that were 50% or below, I decided not to pursue them further at this point in time. So let's look at the ones that were pretty effective. We then did some field efficacy demonstrations. We looked at fluridone, diquat, and aquathol K. Fluridone, we assessed operational treatments. We looked at 3 treated plots, and 3 untreated plots. And then I'm going to focus on the biomass sampling from this study. So this is an operational program. At this point in time, they're doing weekly treatments for 12 weeks at these locations. They typically start in March and end in May. We sampled in April, July, and September. So we're basically sampling towards the beginning of treatment, and then about 4 weeks after treatment, and then a couple of months after the last treatment. So in table form here, down below we have the treated biomass. You can look at agarria. We had significant reduction of agarria in the treated sites and not so much in the reference sites. It was actually statistically the same between April and July. So that comes out to be 85% control. Well, that's quite good, I would say. But note that by September, we're seeing some regrowth. So let's go to diquat. Diquat, as you recall, hadn't been used for some, 12 years at this point. I thought it was well worth using this on some problematic sites. So we did a demonstration where we had an untreated site. We had one site that had been treated for 16 weeks because that's our new protocol. And this is one of those sites where fluridone was not effective. Fluridone is effective in about 1/3 of the sites. It's very effective. And another 1/3, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And then the remaining 1/3, it doesn't work, or there are irrigation issues and it can't be used there. So this is a site where the fluridone treatment did not provide relief, and we went back.
5 minutes.
You're kidding. Okay, I got to speed up faster. And then there was one site that was just treated with diquat. This is a site that there were irrigation issues. I got to go faster. So we look at the results, and at both of the sites, whether treated with fluridone beforehand or not, we got very good control. And then lastly, aquathol. This is a site that is used for irrigation water withdrawal. The plants are obstructing the movement of water and the uptake of water. The irrigation district obviously was somewhat unhappy. So we decided it was worthwhile. When I say we, I mean Boating and Waterways, and me as their advisor, I guess. They wanted to at least do something. So this is a mixed stand, as you notice. The aquathol had, this is just after one treatment, the aquathol was very effective on milfoil and coontail, but we only had about 40% control on the agarria. So 40% control is not nothing. It's possible that with multiple treatments you could get control of agarria, but we're pursuing more work on aquathol in the future. So then I went back and I said, well, what's the story? What do we need to hit to get control of agarria and Eurasian water milfoil? So this is another study. This time, however, we had limited exposure time. These are the treatments, 3, 6, and 12 hours in the first trial, and 6, 12, and 24 hours in the second trial, with concentrations from 1 to 5 parts per million. Each tank had both Eurasian water milfoil and agarria. I wanted to make sure that something would die. In our first trial, we didn't see any agarria control, and we saw Eurasian water milfoil control at the highest rates and at the 12-hour exposure. And I'm not going to show any of that data, but the second trial, again, we had no control of agarria. But we did get control of Eurasian water milfoil, and it looked something like this. We had a very good linear relationship between percent control and concentration of endothol. So concentration of endothol really mattered for control, and exposure time had a somewhat less impact on how much control we got. So this was very promising, though it said that treating with aquathol was going to be rather expensive because we'd have to treat at 3 to 5 parts per million. But then the services came back, Fish and Wildlife Service came back and said, well, you can treat with endothol, but you can only use 2 parts per million. So I went home and cried. So that kind of leaves us here. We can use fluridone at about 1/3 of our sites to get good control, but we have to stay away from irrigation intakes because it's not worth the lawsuit. We can use diclot at our highest priority sites, but we can only treat a limited number of acres. I want to look further at multiple treatments with aquathol or Cascade, as the case may be, particularly at sites that have irrigation impacts. And then the bottom line is we're just going to have to look for some new herbicides to try and get into the management of submerged plants. So quick note, we're almost done with the special issue that's on the Delta. That should be coming out in a couple months here. I want to thank Dr. Farrell for all his work on that issue. And with that, there's probably no time for questions, but I'd be glad to address any questions you might have if you send an email to that first email address.
Thank you, Dr. Madsen. As of right now, I don't see any questions. So I think so I think we're going to move on to the scholarship and raffle next. So let me get Glenn. So hold on one second, guys.
I think we're going to go to Greg to close out the meeting and go through the last agenda items. Greg?
Hello. Amy, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Greg.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I think this has been a very good last 3 days of our virtual conference. As I mentioned this morning, the program committee it really deserves a lot of accolades for pulling this off. New thing for everybody, and I think it went very, very well. I'd like to just, again, thank everybody for being part of this, particularly the program committee and all the people involved. I want to certainly reiterate our thanks to Amy for everything she's done over the years. And I also think we need to thank Chris Doyle. He's done a lot for this, and he's been brave enough to take on the challenge of a new career, but he's will going to be working with us to some extent over the next year or so. So I'm really happy with that. I'll be back in a bit to announce the election results, and I have a few more things to say at that point. But I think we should go right now back to Meg for the poster contest winners.
Thank you all. I really want to thank everyone for submitting posters in both the PDF and the video audio format. It's really exciting to have that opportunity and now to have them posted on the website. So thank you very much. And it was a competitive student poster process, but our winner this year for the 2021 poster contest is our scholarship recipient, Dan Weber. So congratulations. We'll be sending you a gift card and a certificate. Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's back to me. Is that correct, Amy?
Yep, and you should have the slide in front of you.
All right. Well, you now see the results of the election. Very happy to have Bo Burns back. Bo and I go back quite a long time. He actually was handed off the recertification credit part to me, for better or for worse. But anyways, it's worked out. Again, Meg Modley is going to be the new secretary, replacing Amy. Very large shoes to fill, and I'm sure she's capable, and very happy to have her. We have Will back as treasurer. He has been treasurer before, and I can attest that he does an excellent job. So that's, again, really good. And the directors, Scott Kinsbaugh is going to be back with us again, veteran in this society, and will be complemented by Aaron. And again, to bring in sort of the younger end of it. Student director is Kyle Clonin, and editor, again, taking over for Chris Doyle. And thank you so much, Emily, for this, is Emily Mayer. And again, I think this is a great board. I am going to be just very happy that we have such a high level board that I can work with. And with that, is that the end? Should I close the meeting, or is there more, Amy?
We have Glenn and Emily coming on to do a live drawing of our 2 raffle winners.
Okay.
All right, we have the raffle tickets in here, and we have a 3rd witness.
All right, go ahead, Emily.
Okay. For what is that for? 2nd place? Or first?
No, this should be for first place.
This should be for first place?
All right,
Okay.
first place drawing.
William Foreman.
Ooh, Bill, congratulations, Bill.
Woo!
Our second place drawing.
St. Anne Amon.
And, all right.
So what did they win, Glenn?
Well, Bill's won a gift certificate or a gift card for $500, and Ann has won a gift card for $250. And thank you to Signet for once again donating our raffle prizes.
So thank you. Have a great year, rest of the year.
And make sure you put January 11th to 13th, 2022 on your calendar for next year.
Any final words, Greg?
Just wish everybody well. We will, for those of everybody on the board, don't remember, just remember that we have a board meeting on the 19th from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And I'm looking forward to getting together with the board and moving this society forward. And with that, again, I wish everybody well, stay safe, and hopefully the next time we get together, we'll be under different circumstances and we'll be out on the Cape. Be well, everybody. Take care now.